coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Yep, I knew it. My mic wasn't fixed. Okay. What can I say? It's a one-man operation. Hello, and thank you, everyone, for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss. Here in the Bronx, New York, and it is March 8th at 2:32 in the afternoon. I thank you for taking an opportunity to join with us in our 9th year of providing the Sunday show, the recap, the looking forward to the future, talking about the issues that affect you and me all across the world, and trying to make sure our voices are heard because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to speak because it is not just an American principle. It's not just the American First Amendment. It is your birthright, and you should be able to exercise it. And on this channel, you will be able to exercise it no matter whether I agree or not, whether or not the internet overlords agree or not, whether or not your government agrees or not. It doesn't matter. On this channel, you will be heard, and we look forward to that. Now, we're going to be talking about a lot of things today. There has been a huge, we're in the middle of a war. So obviously, there are updates that are coming, and we're going to be talking about all of them because that is important. We're also going to be talking about things that are happening here in the United States that may not be getting the attention that it should. We're going to be talking about several things that are happening overseas that are going to affect both the war and the United States and the world going forward. We're going to make some predictions, not just about the 2026 election, but overall, the stability and peace in the world. Is that possible coming up? We're going to handle a bit of all of that. Plus, of course, we'll talk about Kristi Noem. We'll talk about Jasmine Crockett. We'll be covering a lot of things. Most importantly, I am looking forward to seeing your comments. Just like you can see here, you can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter or X. You can reach us on Rumble. We are looking forward to hearing your comments and every platform to tell us what you think about any issue. You can agree or disagree. You can tell me what I didn't cover or anything that's changed, any kind of breaking news. We're looking forward to all of that. Now, with that said, there is breaking news that is going on right now. There's actually two things that I think are breaking and important to understand going forward. First of all is please continue to be on guard, folks. It is very important. And we're going to be covering some news about something that happened in Oslo, in Norway, but it could have been anywhere in the United States. It could be anywhere in the world. There is a serious, incredible threat to Americans and many people in the EU, many people around the world who the government, the terrorist government of Iran, do not like Americans. They do not like anyone who do not believe whatever the Ayatollah believes. Their specific view of Islam, and they are willing to take action to harm you. Please be aware of that. Please keep your eyes open. And this is something that the FBI has mentioned. We've talked about it last week. We'll talk about it going forward. My concern is not only right now, but in 3 to 6 months, as the war becomes something that we are used to, is part of our daily lives, much like what we see in the Ukraine. It's something that we know is going on, and we don't really think about it as much. That is when it's going to be most dangerous. That's about 3 to 6 months from today. That's when you're going to see really a lot of activity that might be terrorist in its nature, and that's when you are most in danger. There are going to be some things like we saw in Austin, which we believe was a terrorist attack, an individual lone wolf who decided to try and kill Americans because he loved the Ayatollah. That's terrifying. So we have to be aware that's happening now, but there may be more coming because sleeper cells do exist. And they were allowed to enter into America. We were showing you that last week. We've covered it under the Biden-Harris administration. We know for a fact that hundreds of known and suspected terrorists were allowed to enter into the United States. And that's hundreds that we know of. It's God knows how many we don't know of that entered the United States with the 8 million illegal aliens that entered the United States under the open border policies of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Democrat leadership. And that's a problem. And we may see that realization of that problem now going forward. So always keep your eyes open. There's a few things that I want to cover. One thing that's something I was doing yesterday, and it's going to be coming up in the near term. I want to share this with you just so you're aware of it. Where is this? Nope. Hang on. I got to find it now. Of course, when I'm looking for something, that's the moment that it doesn't want to show up on my screen. I tell you, life is just like that sometimes. There it is. Okay. So, just letting you know that coming up in the near term, you're going to be seeing an event which I was able to sponsor. I was working with BronxNet Communications. They have Channel 70 in New York City. That is the community TV network, that channel. So even if you have basic cable, you're able to see this. And I was doing a special event, which was promoted by BronxNet Communications. And I invited Larry Sharp, the candidate for governor and a friend of mine, as well as a couple of other individuals. And we were able to do a special event which relates to the war that is going on right now. That will be coming out soon. As soon as I have a final date, I will make you aware of it. Once it does air on Community Channel 70, Basic Cable Channel 70. Once that comes out, I'll have it out on my channel as well, so that you will be able to see this special event that we were able to put together in the studios at Lehman College. This is just a little bit of a teaser of me and Larry before we started the event yesterday. We did a short little tweet or a little short video announcing the teaser about what was coming. Please do check that out. I want you to be aware that's coming up. So with that said, I did mention that there are some events. Now, we know that there was a scare yesterday, Friday, over the weekend, with a flight in Florida. This was the Southwest Airlines Flight 2094, which was flying from Nashville to Fort Lauderdale. And 9 out of 10, no one would think about this. And this isn't national news. It should be, but it hasn't been national news. Happened Friday night. Most of this was resolved on Saturday. Here it is Sunday, and none of the major news media, CNN, MSNBC, or MS Now, whatever the hell they call themselves, the New York Times, Huffington Post, no one's talking about this on any left-leaning news station, and very few on the right have covered this because it's local news. Most people don't know it exists. I did find it. And I want you to see this because this is important. Now, I know the source is Laura Loomer, but she is correct on this. During the flight, it was initially alleged that there was an individual who seemed to be stating that he was looking to, it was a bomb threat. He was threatening to blow up the plane in flight as it was flying from Nashville to Fort Lauderdale. The pilots were able to redirect the plane. They landed in Atlanta. And as you can see from the video, we then saw that SWAT team entered the plane, were able to identify the individual who apparently, according to some sources, say that this is an individual who was Muslim, we believe, and that he was the one who allegedly, in the middle of the flight, declared that he wanted to kill everyone on the plane, death to America. He wanted to blow up the plane. This is significant. This is what I'm talking about. This is what the FBI has warned about. Now, this story, which is covered by Laura Loomer, as you can see, you may question Laura Loomer. We've interviewed her in the past, but we see that this came out yesterday, this news story, 10, almost 11 o'clock in the morning yesterday. And you probably haven't heard about this story. You haven't heard about any of the details, any updates, nothing. And this is an important story because you have to be protected. How did you know to be safe? You have to be aware. Now, as it turns out in this case, and to be up to date with everything on this, I want you to understand that this was not the situation. Laura Loomer, many people who are reporting on the initial announcements, the fears of the pilots were proven to be incorrect. It wasn't a bomb threat, apparently. Now, we know that this is coming from WPTV News. This is a local news station. Again, national isn't covering this story. That Fort Lauderdale-bound Southwest Airlines flight diverted to Atlanta after passenger disturbance. So there was some kind of disturbance. Something did happen to give passengers, and more importantly, the pilots and the stewardess, the belief that there was a danger to the public from this one individual. It's unclear what that was, but we know that it was diverted. We do know that the SWAT teams did enter and they were able to resolve this. This happened at about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It was all resolved by that time, according to the FAA. This is a big deal, and this is a developing story. Why haven't you been told about it? Why haven't you been made aware? There's a lot of people who saw the beginning of this, and I said, you have to be aware, you have to be on guard, because local police can't be everywhere you are. When you walk out your home, there isn't a police officer or someone from the government, law enforcement from the government, following you everywhere you go to make sure that you're going to be safe. The first line of defense for every American, like everyone else in the world, is yourself. You are responsible for protecting yourself, your family, your loved ones, your property. That's why we have a Second Amendment, so that you can protect yourself and law enforcement can take care of what you cannot, to protect you from other governments, other countries. That's what the purpose of government is. And to protect yourself, that's why you have a Second Amendment. This should be a story, a reminder that while we are at war, and even after the war with Iran, now that the Ayatollah is dead, no matter who else may be named Ayatollah, there are threats in America that were allowed to come in by the Biden-Harris administration and open border policies. These are serious and real threats. We've seen it at Fort Hood, San Bernardino, Orlando's nightclub. We've seen it even with the cartels and their gangs that took over apartment complexes in Aurora, Colorado. This is just a further extension of that threat to you. You should be aware of that. But the mainstream news media isn't telling you. And I'm not saying this for you to be afraid. I'm saying this for you to be aware, to prevent anything from happening. It's better that we have this false story that has been debunked, apparently, that this individual didn't put a bomb threat on a flight so that the next time that some terrorist, some lunatic thinks that they can either have a bomb scare and or that they could do something to damage American citizens, we're aware. We make it harder for them to harm us, to even have the desire to take an action against the American people wherever we are. And that's why this should be national news, both that this threat was alleged and that it was not real. It wasn't realized. That's important, I think. I don't know. Maybe everyone else has a different opinion of this. Now, there was something also very interesting in this because Fox 17 out of Nashville also covered this story. And there was something that was mentioned in this part where they're mentioning there was no credible threat. Something that hasn't been spread on social media is the fact that this was debunked. But also, what is important about this, I believe, is this part right here. Fox 17 News later confirmed from Southwest Airlines that no one on the plane yelled, "Death to America, death to Trump, I'm going to bomb the plane." That's critical. Because why do we think that was said? And that's a very specific thing. It's what happened on that plane. I really want to see the national news media cover this. I'm one man. Every single major news media organization have 10,000 employees. I'm one person. I would love to hear from anyone who was on that plane so that we can get a credible on the plane source, someone to interview them and say what was said that would make the plane crew and the passengers concerned about this individual, that would cause this flight to be diverted so that SWAT could come on. We need to know this because it appears that the individual who has not been named and no charges have been filed, this individual appeared to be Islamic, and he was saying something in his native language. This is an individual that has more than one language. We don't know if he's American or not. It appears that he is not an American, and English is not his first language. Now, he may have been speaking on a phone. He may have been saying, I don't know, reciting a prayer. But we need to remove that fear. Just because someone's sitting next to you, they're speaking another language, and they look different than what you're accustomed to, doesn't mean they're a danger. We need to talk about these things so we bring down the level of irrational fear, but yet maintain an awareness so that credible threats are stopped as soon as possible. In this case, it seems this gentleman is saying something that was in a language others did not understand. Perhaps someone misunderstood and thought he said Allahu Akbar, but maybe not. Maybe he said something in English that was misunderstood because of his accent. I don't know, but we should know. And this is important. We need to remove irrational fear, but we do need to also have heightened awareness. It is a balance, and that balance is only possible by having the conversation. And that's what I am attempting to do right now. We're having the conversation so we can understand what is a true threat and what is not. And I think that's critical. You may agree, you may disagree. Please let me know. But I thought it was important to mention that it was the misunderstanding both by the flight crew and the passengers on the plane. This could have been, it appears to be absolutely nothing. Investigation is still ongoing. But I think it's important to talk about. And more importantly, why didn't the mainstream news media talk about this? Why didn't they bring this up to you to make you aware? Why is it only regional news? Is it because now we have to question how many of the known and suspected terrorists that were allowed into America are a threat, imminent threat at this time? Because that makes the Democrats look bad. And this is an election year. This is 2026, the midterms. And so if we have to remember what the consequences of the open border policies are, and those policies put American citizens in danger, well, that may mean more Democrats might not be elected. Okay, that's, I understand as a political figure, as someone who deals with politics, I understand the political spin, but that's not more important than the safety of American citizens or the propagation of irrational fear. I'm not upset that Laura Loomer repeated something that was being said, credibly said, across news media, that the FAA was being told that there was a credible threat, that someone said they were going to blow up a plane, that this individual credibly seemed to be, at the time, a potential infiltrator, a sleeper cell of Iran. I don't blame her for what she reported. I blame the news media for not letting people know. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me, because there is credible threats out there. This is coming from the BBC. The BBC, again, this is a credible international news agency, even though they are left-leaning. They did mention that there was an explosion at a U.S. embassy in Oslo. Did you hear about that? Did CNN cover that? No. NBC, ABC, CBS, the New York Times, as far as I'm aware, no. They weren't talking about this. They didn't cover this. They didn't spend time on this. They should. Again, the FBI has elevated the awareness for American people. We had a false flag, a false alarm, a false alarm in the United States down in Tennessee. But there was a credible and real threat, an explosion just outside a U.S. embassy in Norway. Americans who are traveling overseas need to be aware that, or need to know that they have to have heightened awareness at this time. But that threat is also just as credible here domestically as well. We are not safe. Our borders were compromised for 4 years in a row, and the threat is real. In Norway, in Oslo, the government of Norway is taking this as a threat, a credible terrorist threat, that this was an attack against the United States, a purposive attack. This was not just some incident. This was meant to harm American citizens, to damage our embassy in a country, in the EU, in Europe, that you would think, well, that's not connected to what's happening in the Middle East at all. Americans would be safe in the very northern part, almost the northernmost part of Europe. Why would you even be thinking about it? Because open borders, like we saw in Europe, where the borders were open and migrants have been allowed for years, even before the Biden administration, for many years, they've had an open border policy. They believe that anyone could immigrate into each of their countries, and they had to allow them in. Poland said no. Norway, for a long time, was saying yes as a member of the EU. And now we have potential sleeper cells in Norway. And if they're in Norway, that means they're in Germany, they're in France, they're in Italy, very likely they're in England. They're in many countries that you would not expect this kind of threat to exist. And therefore, you are possibly in danger. This goes back to, in the United States, that's the fault of the Biden-Harris administration and Democrats with their open border policy. Internationally, when we're talking about the EU in particular, well, that's because of the left-leaning governments in France in particular, in the UK under Keir Starmer, in Germany. In many of these countries, they're left-leaning politics, which are even further left than the American left. They have ushered in this threat to their people and to those who are visiting their country, especially if you're an American citizen. Attacking an embassy. And I understand why this is major news. Again, you may not have heard about this. Why? Because the mainstream news media doesn't want to tell you. They don't want to validate the fact that Donald Trump is reducing the amount of global threats by the current war with Iran. They don't want you to realize that you are in danger in the United States and overseas because of the leftist, socialist, progressive ideology of open borders. They don't want you to connect that because in the United States, that could cost them votes. In fact, this could affect international trade. They don't want you to think about the danger and the consequences of poor policy based on insane ideology. And I do believe that the progressive socialist ideology is insane. The mental gymnastics it requires to follow that ideology and believe in it is beyond reason, in my opinion. You may disagree, and I'm happy to hear from your voice and say, Mike, you disagree with me. Fantastic. Tell me why. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Tell me why. But from what I can see, that's the reality. But let me go further. Let's go further with this, because I believe there's other threats that are credible out there. We know that Israel is expanding the Iranian airstrikes as Tehran is going to get a new leader. We know that the second, maybe third coalition, cabal of leaders in Iran. The first crew got killed along with the Ayatollah. No tears were shed by me or many, many others, including Iranians around the globe. The second tier of government who were there to replace the ones we took out initially in the first day of the war with Iran, that second tier of government and leadership were removed as well before they could find a new Ayatollah, before they could put new leaders into their military. They're now the third string of the Iranian government is now tentatively being put into place. And they are under high risk of being taken out as well, especially as the Israelis have announced internationally and publicly that they seek to remove any new Ayatollah that were to take over. Notice they're saying any new Ayatollah, which would continue the radical theological dictatorship of Iran, not any government, but that specific style of government. That's important because that dictates the future of the Middle East and therefore the rest of the world as well. They're looking to remove the threat to Israel, but that threat is also a threat to the United States, a 47-year threat. And I think that's important. So let me stop for a second. Yesterday, when I was speaking at Lehman College, and I was speaking with a couple of guests at a special event, as I said, that'll be coming out soon, I was asked a question, and I think it's an important question. I was asked, Mike, but how does this affect the average person? Why does the average person in America walking down the street, why do they care? Now, the individual who's mentioned that is someone who is left-leaning. A guest, his name is Cool Clyde, and he asked me this. And I had an answer for him that this means more safety for American citizens. This is what I'm talking about right now. A lot of people are saying, but Mike, I don't see the threat to me. And I see this is a threat overseas. It isn't. How do you benefit from this war? Let me say it maybe in this way. There's initially, of course, you'll be more safe. Less radical terror in the world is good for everybody. And we know that Iran, especially under the Ayatollah, was the leading sponsor of international terrorism. And that's why we have groups like Al Qaeda, we have groups like Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, who are international terrorists that use suicide bombs to blow up moms and children on a regular basis. They're trained for that. Events like the October 7th massacre, well, they occur because Iran trained the Hamas terrorists to do that. Remember, throughout the last 2 years of the Biden-Harris administration, we had the Houthis in Yemen using money given to them by the Biden-Harris administration. They bought missiles and they were attacking international shipping, oil, food, clothing, everything were being attacked in the Red Sea. And that helped increase the amount of starvation, not hunger, starvation in the world. They were blockading the Red Sea. People were not able to get food in Africa, Southeast Asia, where it is desperately needed. And the Houthis didn't care. They didn't care who starved. They cared about winning their religious war. When we are now engaged in removing that threat, both a problem of food, the cost of food will go down because the route through the Red Sea, through the Strait of Hormuz, that reduces the amount of time for food to reach people across the world. It also frees up energy, which is vital for the world. And again, these are components that allow people to starve to death. If you don't have electricity, you don't have a refrigerator, you don't have a stove, you're not able to make food or to store food for a long period of time, and you will starve. It's just that simple. And if you're starving in a foreign country, that means instability in that country, which then affects every other country in the world to some degree. And that's why I'm concerned about this. By removing Iran, we remove the threat from the Houthis. Where do the Houthis get most of their money from? From Iran. Same thing with Hamas, same thing with Hezbollah. Some 90% of the funds that each of these terrorist organizations and many smaller ones, the money that they're getting comes from Iran and the oil trade that is from the Iranian resources. And that promotes global terror. We cut off the Iranian terrorist regime. We stop funding Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and the dozens of smaller puppets around the world. Everyone is safer. It's easier to trade with every country. Food is able to be transported faster and cheaper. People are able to live. This reduces the amount of threat for everyone. The American citizen may not immediately recognize all the benefits of getting goods at cheaper prices even faster than they normally would be waiting for them over the last 4, 5, almost 6 years now. You're going to get goods faster. They're going to cost less because Iran and the terrorists do not exist anymore. They do not have the capabilities to stop these things. So you may not recognize instantly that because Africa is able to get more food, that things are cheaper for you, but you'll benefit all the same. I think that's important to talk about, to put this into perspective. For all the people who are saying, yeah, but it doesn't affect me. It does. You just don't understand, or to be fair, you don't recognize the ways that it affects you. It's not just the cost of gasoline. It's the cost of everything that you purchase. It's the ability of your business to do business is inherently affected by all of this. I tried to get that out and explain that during my conversation over at Lehman College yesterday. I'm not sure if it got through to cool Clyde. I'm not sure if it's getting through to a lot of people who are thinking, well, no, but it doesn't affect me. But it does. America is not an island. We are not isolated. And for all of those people who say, but we shouldn't be involved, we are. We are the biggest economy in the world. We are the strongest military overall. We are the freest people in the world. We are directly connected to every other country, and the way every other country exists and operates directly tied to the United States. We can't be isolated, even if we wanted to be. That's just not a reality. That's not a possibility. And our ability to maintain our quality of life and to even try and exceed it is directly tied to every other nation in the world. Terrorism affects not just the United States, but every country. And it does affect us in many, many ways that you don't notice, because in America, we have food. You may not have the brand of food you want at any given moment, but we have food. You may not have the produce, vegetable, or fruit that you want in the quantity or available in your neighborhood. So you'll, instead of getting a kumquat, you'll be able to get a date. Okay, maybe. And you don't notice the difference. But that's because we're America. In 2/3 of the rest of the world, they don't get anything. Where we get a shortage, they get nothing. Or even if they could get it, it's too expensive for them. This is how we are all interconnected. I hope that makes some sense to people. I don't know if it is or if it is not. Let me go on, because I think it's kind of important. But again, we do know that Americans are being targeted around the world and in the United States. That is an ongoing threat. And if it's happening in Oslo, in Norway, it is a real threat in Canada, in England, France, Germany, and yes, throughout the United States as well. It is a real and viable threat. Speaking of what's going on with this, and I think it's kind of important to mention as well, that our allies, they got some problems. Well, this was available up until a second ago. Now it's behind a firewall. That Starmer, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, our biggest ally in the United States, has decided not to support the United States in any way. In fact, Keir Starmer has been sitting out this event until he has been forced by the people of England to do something. And now he's taking a defensive stance. As was stated by Donald Trump earlier today, it's great to see that England is jumping in, but we've already won. All the hard fighting has already taken place. They're jumping in to say, hey, we're here to help after the fight is done, after everything has been resolved. Not much help at all. And we would expect more from our closest ally in the world. Now, England is getting involved, and Keir Starmer is rightly being called out for his leftist progressive ideology. He's being called out for being an isolationist, for abandoning the strongest ally of England that they have ever known and ever had. And I think he deserves it. Kemi Badenoch, and a lot of people don't follow international policy. I do. And I was watching that in England, in the United Kingdom, their parliament, much like our Congress, does broadcast the sessions. We saw that Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the opposition, basically the Republicans in the United States, the Conservative Party in England, beat down and just berated Keir Starmer for his cowardice and his lack of action, his lack of a plan, and his reliance on supposed international law. And perhaps we should stop there for a moment and address this. Keir Starmer and many of the Europeans out there, many countries are saying, well, international law says, and we're going to stand behind international law. And I hear that a lot from the left. International law. We hear from groups like Antifa, BLM, the far left over at Columbia and over at Harvard. They love to spout this idea of international law. Let's remember, international law is meaningless. It is whatever the Security Council decides. And who is one of the leaders, the biggest power in the UN and in the Security Council? The United States. Who makes international law? The United States. Who enforces international law? The United States. The majority of UN forces are US forces. The majority of the enforcement is done with the explicit knowledge that the United States is backing up that support, that effort. We are the superpower of the world. The UN isn't. International law applies to be fair, it applies to other countries. It doesn't apply to the United States. It doesn't apply to China. It doesn't apply to Russia. It doesn't apply to Europe. There are certain countries it just doesn't apply to. That's a reality. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think that's more individual. You may have a different opinion about that. I think that international law, and many figures believe international law is meaningless when it comes to the Security Council. It just doesn't apply to us. It's not a reality. We are the ones that enable it for everyone else to maintain some semblance of security. But truly, if the United States, if England, if the Security Council isn't behind and supporting any initiative, it means nothing. International law is not a factor. And thus we see the cowardice of England under Keir Starmer. He relies on something that is a dog and pony show. It's something to say, look, I've done something while doing absolutely nothing, and he knows it. And he has been called out. Keir Starmer has been called out for doing nothing. Nothing to protect the British, nothing to protect Americans, nothing to protect any of the allies from the clear and present and continuing threat of terrorism from Iran. I don't know how England can stay out of this. I don't know how Keir Starmer can look at his constituents with a straight face and say, no, he's trying to support the Ayatollah and their theological dictatorship, the regime that killed it is now being reported 36,000 Iranians were killed by the Ayatollah in just the last month and a half. 36,000 of their own people because they dared to say, hey, inflation is too high. Literally, that's the whole thing that got these people killed this year, 2026. Iranians came out in January and said, oh my God, inflation is up like 1,000%. That's too high. And the response from the Iranian government was to kill their people walking down the street, to just wipe them out, to make a point to the rest of the people. 36,000 were killed in the space of 3 weeks. That's insane. That's insane. But nothing less than we would expect from a terrorist organization, a terrorist nation, the main support of terrorism and exporter of terrorism in the world. The two biggest exports of Iran, oil and terror. That's just the reality. And Keir Starmer says, oh, no, but that's okay because he's going to sit on the sidelines. He's going to let the terrorism exist. He would rather have the status quo. And I got to ask, I've got to ask. I mean, we're seeing people here. You can see GB, Great Britain News. They are telling the government of England that they are cowards. We see that this is coming from the Sun, cowardly Starmer. Simply isn't cut to lead Britain. We see the Guardian. It's come to this. Starmer is now just a warm-up act for Nigel Farage. We see Common Dreams. Corbyn rips Starmer's cowardice in the face of illegal U.S. assault. We're just seeing over and over again the weakness that's coming out of the world. I got to ask, what's going on with the left? What do they think? And we're going to see this as I cover it when I go to the U.S. and some of the stories we see here. What is it with progressives? Overseas, they're willing to support Iran, the sponsor of terror. And I'm asking you guys this. This is a conversation. We're talking with each other. I'm telling you some of the stories you may not have heard of, some of the things you may not have thought about. But I'm asking, this is still a conversation. I have to ask you, especially anyone who happens to be a progressive, anyone who is left-leaning, you got to explain this to me. Why is it in Venezuela the left was supporting Maduro, a dictator? 60 countries identified him with charges and the fact that he was a dictator killing his own people. We know for a fact that Maduro, just like Chavez, were killing thousands of their own people, starving to death, tens of thousands of their own people. It was such a bad government that millions, well over 8 million Venezuelans had gone to other countries as refugees and invaded into the United States as illegal aliens because their country was incapable of supporting them and allowing them to live in any style, in any fashion. And the left support the dictator of Venezuela. They're upset with the United States. They're upset with Donald Trump for having removed the dictator that was killing his own people because of lack of medicine, lack of food, and of course, because of just military enforcement, just shooting people in the middle of the street. I don't understand the left. They supported Maduro. They're in the streets in the United States, literally having protests supporting the dictator. The same thing is happening right now. And I understand there's many people, many friends of mine. I know people who are libertarians and third parties, and even some people on the left. And they're saying, oh, well, Donald Trump went too far. Okay, that's an argument. We can have that. He went too far, and this is an illegal war, and they don't like war. They're pacifists or isolationists, or they think that Donald Trump went too far. And they're upset about this war. But even all of those people I know will not support the terrorism of Iran. But the far left does. We see across the United States, in particular in the hotbeds of the bluest of blue states, in New York State, in California, in Illinois, in Washington State, like Portland and Seattle, we're seeing the left rise up, and they're having protests to support Iran, to mourn the loss of the Ayatollah. And the Ayatollah was the lead sponsor of global terrorism. And they're praising the Ayatollah because Donald Trump is obviously orange man bad. I don't understand this. As much as you don't have to like Donald Trump, you can think he's a horrible person individually. You could think he's a bad leader. Fantastic. You can have that argument. I'm happy to have that discussion. But to say that Donald Trump or America are on the same level as Iran in supporting and creating terrorism around the world, I don't get it. It's just not realistic. It may be a talking point. It may be able to get some Democrats an extra vote. It may get them some extra donations from internationally questionable organizations, but there's no comparison. There is no comparison. I do not get it. And I cannot imagine how any American citizen, especially an American citizen, can actually stand up and be able to say that they laud and support the Ayatollah and his terrorist regime and denounce Donald Trump and the American government. I can't understand. I'm not saying they can't do it. We have the First Amendment. Of course, they can if they wish to. I just can't understand the reasoning, the logic that would make them want to say that. I don't get it. Maybe If you in the audience, if you have friends who are on the far left, that they've told you the answer to that, why they would want to pick a terrorist nation over their own nation, why they would support the global leader of terror, the Ayatollah, over their own president. Please tell me what their reasoning is. I don't get it. Well, America is a bad country. Okay, you don't have to love what America has done, our past, even our president. You don't have to enjoy our present as well, but we are not sponsoring global terrorism. We're not trying to convince people to strap on a suicide vest and blow up moms and children. That's not what we do. That's never been what we do anywhere in the world. I'm not saying that America is an angel. No nation is. Every nation has its covert operations. Every nation does something in its own interest. That's fine. But we do not engage in terrorism like Iran, the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, and all its various other organizations, groups like Al Qaeda, the Taliban, ISIS. We're not there. We don't do that. And yet, that is what we are seeing the leftist academics at our colleges and many in our high schools. That's what they're supporting. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. Explain it. Please, I ask the people on the explain it, because I never get an answer. They say, you just don't understand. Yes, I don't understand your ideology, your mentality. It's not logical. And I'm not a dumb man. It's not like I don't know what's happening around the world. It's not like I don't follow the issues. I do. But the logic is irrational. Well, you just don't understand. Great, then explain it. Well, I'm not going to waste my time. I literally have, I don't know how many times in the comments after a show, I'll get this comment that says, well, you don't understand, but I won't explain it. Well, explain it. Take all the time you need. Type out a couple of pages if you need to. Tell me why. They never explain what their reasoning is, what their logic is, because it doesn't seem to exist. It's just mental gymnastics to make them feel good. And we're seeing that even in Oslo, in Norway. They were feeling good about letting illegal aliens into their country. Now those illegal aliens, some of them seem to have had terrorist leanings, and they're trying to blow up embassies. That's not good for anyone. The danger is omnipresent. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. I'm looking at these things and I'm just saying it is getting worse. And don't think that I've forgotten about Cuba. Cuba is a problem still. While the world has, it was just, matter of timing that it just so happened that Cuba decided to kill 4 Americans, wound 6 other Americans, and to capture them, and possibly, we believe, they are being interrogated while wounded in Cuba, on Cuban soil right now. Cuba calls these individuals exiles. America calls those people naturalized citizens. And this is a threat. Now, we know Donald Trump is saying that after what's ongoing with Iran, once that ends, we're going to put our full attention on Cuba. As well we should. And we're going to get answers. We know that Marco Rubio, the United States government, is trying to investigate. We do know that some of the stories told by the Cuban government, which is untrustworthy, have been debunked. We know that individuals they're saying they have in their possession, the Cuban government, are people who are living right now in the United States. They've never left U.S. soil. They're in Miami as we speak. But the Cuban government says that, no, that person is actually being held on Cuba and that they were shot and wounded. That's not true. We physically have the proof. That individual is in Miami. I showed you the articles about this. So the Cuban government is lying to some extent. What extent, I don't know. We are still investigating that. But most people have forgotten about that because we're so focused right now on the Iran war. And fair enough, I understand that. That makes sense. We should be focused on that war, but we shouldn't forget everything else that is happening. And the news media has forgotten. They want you to forget. They don't want you to think about the failed communist government in Cuba that is a threat to its own people and to the United States. Now, these 10 individuals, we've been covering this for what, 2 weeks now? And these 10 individuals, they may have been misguided and they may have decided to try and smuggle in weapons into Cuba so the Cuban people could overthrow their government. That is one theory, one message that's coming out of this. They may have been trying to create an uprising themselves. That is another story that's in there. It may have been something completely different. We don't know for sure. But the mainstream news media has forgotten these individuals, and I don't want to forget them. I didn't forget about the 16,000 Americans in the Sudan that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration, as I told you, and I've covered for a couple of years now, since they did that back in, it was the end of, the beginning of April of 2023. We covered that. We never forgot. We never forgot about the 22 Americans that were taken hostage by Iran, tortured, and sexually abused on a daily basis, 17 of which were killed by Hamas. We never forgot about that. We talked about that every week, reminding everyone that while the Biden-Harris administration decided they didn't want to talk about it anymore, we did. We didn't forget about the Americans abandoned in Afghanistan, at least 5,000, some estimates say as many as 9,000, that Joe Biden stopped talking about in January of 2022. And we have never forgotten those individuals as they have continued to try and find their way out of that hot zone in Afghanistan, avoiding the Taliban, avoiding ISIS, avoiding Al-Qaeda, to try and find their way back home because the Biden-Harris administration gave up on them 4 years ago. We don't forget these things. And therefore, I don't forget these Cubans these Americans that are being held by Cuba. If they are guilty, if they were going into Cuba to commit an act of terrorism, to try and overthrow the government, to try and blow up the government, fair enough. That is a crime and they should be prosecuted for that if that is the case. True enough. But we have great reason to doubt that is the case, or at least that is the case in its entirety. And the American people should not forget these individuals. If it was your brother, your sister, your father, your uncle, if that was you, you would not want America to forget about you, to allow you to languish in a Cuban prison for God knows how long, being tortured for God knows how often. You would not want America to forget about you. You would want someone to remind America you exist and that there is a problem that needs to be resolved. It appears that the Trump administration, both Donald Trump, Marco Rubio, they have not forgotten about these individuals. There is going to be a delay. They have publicly said, can't handle it right now. We've just finished dealing with Venezuela. We're in the middle of engaging with Iran, but we haven't forgotten Cuba. We will take care of Cuba. We will resolve the threat and the need of the Cuban people. We will fix this. And it's about time. So for those individuals, those 6 wounded individuals being held by Cuba right now, if you are innocent, then help is coming. If you are guilty, you will be tried for your crimes. Hopefully, though, not in Cuba, but by the American government or a new Cuban government, which could treat you better than the communist regime absolutely will. Don't think that everyone's forgotten about you. I haven't. A lot of people may have forgotten. I don't think the Cubans in Florida have forgotten. Matter of fact, I know they have not forgotten. And I know that I haven't forgotten. And that means my audience won't forget either. This is how we make positive change, both in the world and in our government and in other governments. We don't forget the people who are in need, people who desperately need to be remembered so that others don't suffer the same fate, so that other countries don't decide, well, we can just shoot any American, we'll make up a story, and the American government will just let it happen. That's what happened under the Biden-Harris administration. That's what happens under weak presidents. That's what's been allowed by the Democratic Party. But we don't have them in charge right now. We have a strong president, and he doesn't forget. And that's a good thing. At least, in my opinion, I feel that's a good thing, because we should never forget them. Right now, we are working with the Shield of Americas, many Caribbean, Central American, and South American countries coming together, seeing the value in having a unified North and South America, a unified Western Hemisphere of the world, to have unified goals and thoughts. And working with America is far, far better than trying to work against America, both in terms of trade, in terms of the economics, in terms of military and safety. It's just better to be unified. And we're getting there. Call this the Monroe Doctrine revitalized for 2026. Call it the Monroe Doctrine, if you wish, the update to the Monroe Doctrine. Call it a strong America carrying a big stick and willing to use it, as we know from Roosevelt. However you wish to word it, the fact is, strong presidents, a strong America makes a better world. At least these are the things that I feel. Maybe you think I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear why. But again, in Cuba, we have not forgotten. We have not forgotten Cuba and what Cuba has been doing. By the way, for those who are watching, somebody send me a message. Just let me know that sometimes of late, we know that Facebook have had some issues and they've suppressed the channel from time to time. YouTube has suppressed the channel from time to time. X has been having a lot of problems with live streams, just because, it seems. So just let me know, folks. I think it's all going through, but you never know until you ask, right? So that's covering a lot of the international news. I don't know. If there's more international news that you guys want to talk about, let me know. But I think I've covered a good amount of what's happening. The threat to America and Americans overseas and at home. We've talked a bit about the UK failing to be our ally when we need them, and how it's having negative repercussions for their government right now. And their people are having a lot of doubt, and they have to deal with their own illegal immigration. And I tell you what, for the people over in England, for the United Kingdom, if Keir Starmer and the Labour Party are so weak, in the Labour Party, for those in America, Labour Party is essentially the Democrat progressives. If the Labour Party is so weak that they will not join the greatest ally of the United Kingdom in any manner, in any way, shape, or form, and you have continued the open border policies that America abandoned, you're going to need our help. You're going to suffer, not because of America, not because of Orange Man bad, it's not Donald Trump. You have been suffering in your cities, in your nation. You know that you've been suffering, both from the grooming gangs. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but it's the grooming gangs and the massive knife attacks that you've seen in places like London and throughout your country. You're suffering. You may not like Donald Trump. You don't have to. But you have to understand you can't keep doing what you've been doing. International law is not going to protect your people from the threats that are omnipresent and ongoing right now in your nation. And the one person who was most willing to help you, the United States, you're turning away. That's going to have an impact. That's going to hurt you. That's at least my opinion of that. Again, you guys can tell me you think I'm right, I'm wrong. Tell me whatever you think. But as always on this program, we cover the international, we talk about the breaking news, we talk about, and then we go into what's happening domestically. Let's talk about what's happening in America. Because the war is having a major impact on a lot of things. Well, actually, before I get there, let me take a step back. Because I was listening to several programs, a lot of different YouTube channels, a lot of news programs. Obviously, I pay attention to about 12 hours of news content pretty much every day. Pretty much every day, I spend about 6 to 12 hours just watching news. Most people watch sports. Some people watch the housewives of whatever the hell. You watch movies and TV shows. I watch the news. That's it. I watch the news and I play video games occasionally and some anime. But that's where I spend most of my day. And so I'm listening to these organizations, and a lot of people are asking, so what's the point? Where's the future? Why are we in this war with Iran? And what is the outcome? Let me give an offer about that. I mentioned I would tell you what I believe, what prediction I can make about that. This is about China. What's happening right now with the U.S. versus Iran is not just against the terrorism, because I know people are saying, but Mike, you're forgetting about the oil. This is really about oil. You're right. It is in part about oil. I think the number one thing is that Donald Trump, who's been alive, he's older, he remembers the 1980s. He remembers the Iranian hostage crisis. He remembers the 47 years of Iran promising to kill every American, regardless of your ideology. In fact, the further left you are, the more likely that Iran would have killed you first. You know, the LGBT alphabet group, they throw them all over roofs. Do you think that movement, the trans movement in America, would do better with Iran than America? I don't think so. About women's rights, which Iran constantly trashes and doesn't believe in. They've poisoned their own schoolgirls. We know, we've covered that on this channel before. And so, yes, it was about stopping that in Iran because the Iranian people were speaking up because they were tired of watching tens of thousands of their people be killed just because they had a complaint about the economics of the country, not even the leadership, just the economics. So Donald Trump took them out for that. But there is oil that's involved. And yes, we're going to get some of the oil. We now hear from several of the administration of the Trump administration saying, yeah, we're gonna get some oil for this. This isn't something that we're just doing because we're altruistic. No, it's because America first. It is in our best interest as Americans to remove a threat and also to get something from this, something that we haven't done with Afghanistan or Iraq and many of the recent engagements that the United States have had. We've made two major mistakes. We didn't take over the countries that we were fighting wars in, which I believe is a massive problem. We should own Iraq and Afghanistan should be commonwealths of the United States right now. And if we did have them as commonwealths, they would be far more peaceful and better off. But that's a different argument. But we also have nothing tangible. We spent the money and we got nothing back. We don't have commonwealths. We don't have resources. We don't have money. The money we spent in those countries, we will never get back. Just like the money that we're spending in the Ukraine, we will never get that money back. What did we get? Well, in Iran, we can get oil. Now that's good for a couple of reasons, things that people haven't thought about. China has been threatening since the Biden administration to take over Taiwan by force. China has doubled the size of its navy. It'll be complete in that mission in about 2028, late 2027, early 2028. China will have doubled the size of its navy. And that is a real and present threat to our allies in Japan, in Taiwan, in South Korea, and in the Philippines, amongst other parts of Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia is terrified that China is going to start colonizing and taking over various countries, which would likely start with taking over Taiwan and then moving forward from there. It's part of the reason why Japan is in the process and about halfway done in building their first military since 1945. They started that under the Biden administration, seeing weak presidents like Obama and then Biden saying they can't trust them to be able to stand up and to live up to the 1960 U.S.-Japan treaty, which demands that the United States must support Japan, right or wrong, in any military conflict. And even though there are Marines in Okinawa, America has a strong presence, it isn't enough. Thus, Japan is making its own army to counter China, to give even more reinforcement that China not move forward. That has had a mixed response. And China still looks to take over Taiwan and is still threatening South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines. Therefore, one of the crucial things that is necessary for China to be able to take action, to try and take over Taiwan, to fight against Japan and or Korea and or continue their threats against the Philippines, they need oil. They need gasoline. And China is getting a large portion of its oil and gasoline from Venezuela and from Iran. We just took out Venezuela. Maduro was happy to help the Chinese, which were helping him to maintain his iron grip in his nation and to try and expand the influence of China throughout South America. That's been cut off. The oil that was going to China, I believe it was about 54% of the oil coming out of Venezuela was going to China. That's been cut off. Not just to Cuba, but to China itself, which means that reduces their threat in Southeast Asia. Australia was very happy to see that happen. That was very reassuring to the Australians who are building 13 nuclear submarines because of the threat that China poses. By the way, the United States is working with France. We're building those nuclear submarines for Australia as we speak. You may recall I've covered that as well. So Australia was very happy to see the oil is cut off. That means it's harder for China to get as far as Australia, who is also threatened by the Chinese Communist government. Japan is cheering. South Korea is happy because when we went into Iran, we cut off one of the major suppliers. I believe it was about 80% of oil that China was buying was coming from Iran as part of their triumvirate, their triangle, their axis of Russia, Iran, and China. That's what they were getting from Iran, oil. That oil was going to supply the fleet, this new navy of the Chinese military that's just doubled in size. In taking away the oil from Venezuela and Iran, we have disabled the Chinese Navy effectively. At the very least, we've limited the range and length of time that the Chinese government can conduct a military action. We've made it harder for them to go into Taiwan and or Japan and or South Korea and or the Philippines. We've restricted them without having to fire a single bullet against the second largest economy, the second largest military, the biggest threat in the world to the United States and the world in general, China. And we didn't fire a single bullet. Now, the news media isn't explaining this in this manner. They're not telling you this is what's happening. This is the reality. Is it about oil? Yes, but not because of greed. Not because someone wants to just be a fat cat and have all the oil and all the money in the world. There's more to it than that. To say that this is just about capitalism and people are greedy and they just want to make more money, that is a shallow, surface level understanding of what's going on. And that's what the left is trying to put out there. They're trying to say, this is only about people being greedy. It's only about capitalism. No, there's more to it than this. This is about international safety, not just the terrorism. And maybe it's not the primary thought. It's maybe third on the list. But it is significant. And it's something that you should be aware of, even though it's not being talked about. For a long time, we talked on this channel, for years under the Biden-Harris administration, we saw that there was an increase in global instability. There was a very real opportunity for having 3 simultaneous global conflicts that the United States would be deeply involved in, if directly involved in, that would change the entire world. And we talked about it on a regular basis, that it's not World War III, it's 3 regional wars. And we told you that that would include Europe, which is with the Ukraine versus Russia conflict. We told you that it would be in the Middle East. We weren't sure which country in the Middle East, but the Middle East overall, likely involving Iran and terrorism. And then, of course, we had Southeast Asia, which is China. Well, we know Ukraine is still ongoing, although it seems to be winding down. And by the end of this year, in some way or shape, some form, the formal war will end. There'll probably still be infighting. We'll have local groups, maybe you want to call them terrorist groups, whatever you want to call them, resistance, freedom fighters, whatever you want to name them. There will be ongoing smaller conflicts within Ukraine at that border between Ukraine and Russia. But that border will change. And Russia will take over a good portion of eastern Ukraine and southern Ukraine. So that means that conflict's going to end. But we have the Middle East, and that threat is now ending with Iran toppling, which I think can happen by the end of the year. I don't think it's a 1-month war. I understand why Donald Trump would say it's a 1-month war. He's been wrong about his time frames before. I think, to be fair to Iran, they have a strong military, at least in comparison to the rest of the Middle East, to a large part of the world. They have a pretty strong military. They can fight. I think they don't have the will to fight, especially now. And I think a lot of their air support, which is critical to their ability to fight, has been removed. They don't have the capability to fight the U.S. in the air or in the sea, and we're not putting troops on the ground. So they have very limited options. I think that's the case. But I think this goes on as long as there is the influence of an Ayatollah. If there are religious mullahs who are still holding on to the theocratic reins of Iran, we will continue to see this war move forward. We will see the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is the critical part of terrorism sponsored by Iran. As long as their leadership exists, we will see this war continue. I don't think it lasts the entire year. I doubt if it lasts 6 months. But I think it probably lasts 3 to 6 months until that government changes. So that's 2 of the regional wars we talked about for 4 years. And then there's the third one, which is China, which we've just talked about. And in taking down Iran, we stop the third region, which is Southeast Asia. It is connected. It is about oil. It's not about greed. It's about a future. It's looking forward and considering the consequences of everything we have done. Were we not able to remove Maduro and cut off the oil coming from Venezuela over to China, that may not have been able to spark or help to enable what happened in Iran, because we saw opportunity, not just that the people of Iran were, for the fourth time in the last decade, rising up and speaking out and getting close to a revolution, calling for international help. You may recall the Arab Spring under Obama. That was in 2014 that we saw the people of Iran, the Green Movement, as it was called at the time, said, hey, Obama, help us. America, help us remove the Ayatollah. And Obama did nothing. Then there was another conflict under the Biden administration, and Biden ignored it. And now we have this one. So, in understanding these things are connected, when this latest conflict came up, because we have a strong leader who had a plan, and we had the opportunity to stop another global region from going into conflict, because everything lined up, and we had taken out the Venezuelans, which crippled part of the actions and plans of China. We then had an opportunity to enhance that delay, that deflection, that prevention for China by taking out Iran. We broke the triumvirate that was created by the Biden-Harris administration in 2021. We got that opportunity because we had a strong president, and because it is about oil, but not because of greed, not in the way the media wants you to think about it, because they want you to think about it in the most shallow way possible. To say, well, Trump is just being greedy, no more so than any other president. I was having a conversation yesterday at Lehman College, and someone said, well, Mike, you know what? Trump is making all kinds of money. Every president has. Trump's getting rich. Did you know that Obama went from having a net worth of $100,000 to being worth $11 million by the time he left office? Trump hasn't had that much of an increase. When you look at that, going from $100,000 net worth to being worth $11 million in 8 years, you look at Donald Trump, his income isn't going up by that. Is he making some money? Yeah, so did every president. Everyone who's been president has had an increase in their net worth. So has the Speaker of the House. We're looking at Nancy Pelosi as well as others. We've seen individuals like AOC, who still won't pay off her student loans, but she's now worth, depending on which source you want to go to, somewhere between 1.3 and roughly $11 million. She was in debt about $250,000 when she entered into Congress. She was negative, roughly $200,000, $250,000, and now she's worth between $1 and $11 million. Still won't pay off her student loan. Still wants you to pay for her student loan. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Bernie Sanders now has, 3 houses? He's a millionaire, maybe a multi-millionaire. Classically, had no money all his life. Had no career, had no income, but became a member of government, and now he has 3 houses. Yeah, we've seen this over and over again. So the greed is not an answer. It's a easy deflection. It's an easy distraction. Makes people think, oh, well, this is all about money. No, it's not. This is all about greed. Donald Trump just wants to be filthy rich. He's already is. He's a multi-billionaire. He's already there. That's not the point. At least this is the way I see it. Again, if you think I'm wrong, I'm willing to hear your comments. I'm willing to hear you tell me, Mike, but I disagree. Okay, why? How am I misunderstanding it? Because I'm telling you, it is about oil, but not the way they want you to think. Because if you understand that this is a long-term policy, if you look at the Trump administration and look at each and every one of the policies we are seeing as the 47th president, what we're seeing is a plan for 5 to 10 years into the future of America. It's not about fixing America next week. Not one of the plans that we have been looking at from the Trump administration, none of them are something that's supposed to improve America next week or next month or in the first year. These are plans that take 5 years to 10 years to actually come to fruition. And if you look at it in that manner and you look at what are the net results in 5 to 10 years, if these plans work as expected, they will strengthen America and everyone will benefit. America becomes a stronger, more prosperous, more technologically advanced. The quality of life improves for every single American. And then, as an effect of that, we lift up the rest of the world with us. Because as the superpower, if we are rising in our quality of life, if our technology is increasing, the rest of the world goes with us. If we are failing as the superpower of the world becomes more chaotic. Power vacuums exist, and our weakness leads to more violence. That's the truth of it. And that's looking at it in a 5 to 10 year point of view, as opposed to what's going to happen in the next election. That's not what Trump is doing. That's not what his policies point to. That's not the impact he's trying to have on America. It's a little bit longer term with even greater reward. Greater risk, greater reward. That's what a businessman will look at, and that's what Trump is looking at. But this is the way I understand it. You may understand it in a different way. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear what you think. Is this about oil? Absolutely. Not the way you think it is. And definitely a way that China does not like. We have literally the biggest threat, the biggest thing that would have allowed a three-pronged, simultaneous 3 regional wars, as we were afraid of back in 2022, 23, 24. The thing that we are terrified of happening by 2028 has been effectively ended because China just won't have the oil. They won't have the gasoline. They won't have the energy to be able to conduct that war. Trump won a war most people didn't even know he was fighting. That's pretty impressive. And the reason why you don't know about it and why no one will talk about it is because you might vote Republican because their solution makes the world better. Their solution has ended a war you didn't even know was about to happen. And Democrats would suffer. They would lose power. So rather than be honest and celebrate that, even though it wasn't the idea of the Democrats, it's still a benefit to America. Rather than celebrate the benefit, they would rather you not know. Because Democrats don't care about you. Their policies don't care about you. Their goals, long term, do not lift you up. But it does give Democrats more power. And that's what they're looking for. That is what they have been trying to do. And we saw that in a lot of different ways. In particular, in when we're thinking about some of the elections that we've seen. I know not everyone pays attention to this, but I think it's important. I hope I've made it clear how we are interconnected, not just by economic trade, but also by our long-term actions and the consequences of those actions. I think Iran really makes it crystal clear how the actions in Venezuela, the actions currently in Iran, have an impact on our neighbors, our allies out in Southeast Asia. They have an impact on whether or not there's going to be a war, whether or not Taiwan will continue to exist as its own entity, whether or not Japan goes to war, whether or not South Korea is dragged into this conflict, whether or not Australia and the Philippines are dragged into a conflict that they don't want to have, but is on their doorstep, and something that their governments are absolutely trying to make plans to deal with. This is part of the reason why I think Australia is more than happy to support the United States in fighting Iran. Canada jumped in. I can't tell you why Canada did it. Well, I know it's good for them economically. It's good for them politically. They need to make amends with America and with the Trump administration. So Carney is putting his 2 cents in ahead of time, and he's doing what England won't do because Canada depends, and he knows for a fact that Canada directly depends on the goodwill of the United States to actually function. So I think that's why you're seeing this from Canada's government. But Australia's jumping in because they saw the same plan I just detailed to you. That it's not really, it's about the oil, but not really. It's about what the oil allows to happen. It's about preventing a navy from ever being able to leave port. Yeah, China has a lot of strength. But if they can't get their ships from their Chinese ports to anywhere else in the world to go into the Pacific Ocean, then they're not a threat. They don't really mean anything. Might as well just stick a big gun on the beach, and that's it. Turns into the Maginot Line out in France. This is a reference to World War II. Fixed machine gun and gun emplacements that were put into place in concrete, pointing in only one direction. Couldn't turn around, couldn't turn to the side, only pointing in one direction because France thought, well, the only threat we have is coming from directly in front of us. And instead, the threat to France in World War II came from their side. It went through Denmark and into Denmark and Belgium, went around France, around the Maginot Line, and into France. And the Maginot Line was useless. It was a waste of time. And that's kind of what's happening to the Chinese Navy as we speak. They're becoming obsolete and useless because they can't go anywhere. If you want to talk about 4D chess, there it is. And I am absolutely sure that the average person never considered this. Most Americans have never considered, wait a minute, the oil is more than just the money? The oil is more important than just making extra money? There's actually a political and, more importantly, a military aspect to this that's going to protect not just the United States, but all of Southeast Asia as well? Yes. Yes, that's a reality. Yes, that is a direct consequence of what's happening. And that's why so many countries around the world are happy to support the United States. England isn't, okay. France isn't. We never expected them to because they're French. But there's a reason why so many other countries and everyone in the Middle East, almost every one of the Middle East nations, support the United States in this. Southeast Asia is supporting the United States in this because they're doing the same math. They're doing the same future proofing or planning that I'm doing with you right now. And this is the conclusion they come to. Everyone wins. Everyone wins. So everyone's supporting it. Because at the end of the day, the only people who get hurt are China, Russia, and Iran. Those are the only guys who are losing right now. And, of course, the left, the far left, the progressive socialist movement. Those are the only ones besides China, Russia, and Iran that are hurting today. Oh, yes. Did I not mention? By taking out Iran, we take out the drones that are being used by Russia against the Ukraine. And I know many, many, many Americans want to see the Ukraine win, or at least to continue to exist. Well, a lot of the drones that have been destroying infrastructure, civilian infrastructure, harming innocent people, well, where do you think that comes from? Iran. Russia's not making those drones. Iran was. A lot of the missiles and almost all of the drones came out of Iran into Russia to be used against the Ukraine. So again, by taking care of Iran, destroying their leadership, destroying their capability to conduct terrorism and war, we have helped our allies in Europe and in the Ukraine by taking out additional weapons and problems that Russia was using. We just wiped it out. Call that a fourth level, fifth level additional benefit from this war that the mainstream media doesn't want to tell you about. They don't want you to think about it. And we've been covering that Iran has these weapons, that they have been using it, selling it over to Russia. Russia has been using this to fight their war. We have been talking about this for years. This is known. The news media know this. Again, they have 10,000 people. We use them as a source for much of the information we're talking about. We have sourced that information from the left. This is their research in some cases. This is some of their documentation that we use in coming to this conclusion. They know what I'm saying. I'm sure they're smart enough. They got tens of thousands of people. There's someone smart enough to go through the data just like I have and have come to this conclusion, as many governments have done. ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, they know this. They just don't want to tell you because it doesn't help their political ideology advance. It doesn't give power to the progressive socialist movement that their employees love. So why are they going to tell you? It doesn't advance their political agenda, even though it does advance the benefits of America and the world. I just wanted to put that out there. Maybe you disagree. Maybe you think I'm wrong. That's okay. Just want to make sure that I shared this with you because no one else is doing it. No one else in the mainstream wants you to know. Let's move on. So, show's going pretty fast today. Why is no one, I'm really surprised no one has any comments on what I'm saying right now. By the way, just so you can see, comments do come in. I'm just surprised no one's commenting at this point, but okay. So let me move forward. Maybe I said groomers and I got shut down by the AIs. Maybe. I don't know. Let me go on. So let's talk a little bit about in the United States. Because in the United States, the left is losing its mind. They're going crazy. And that's not a good thing. They are absolutely bought in to supporting Iran. And in particular, we're not talking about the people of Iran. We're talking about the Ayatollah. While we are watching millions of people around the world, millions of Iranian people around the world are celebrating the end of the Ayatollah and potentially the end of his government. Even women in Tehran, coming out in the middle of the streets during the war, the start of the war, out in the middle of the streets dancing and singing. And we've seen that even across America and across all of Europe. And the mainstream news media don't want to show you this, but international media is documenting that this is happening in America and in Europe and in Iran. People are excited. They're happy this is happening. And in the United States, the left, which controls 80% of all the media, are saying, oh, no, it's really terrible. And they want to protest. And they are protesting. And that's leading to what we see here. Over the weekend, 6 people have been arrested because the far left that hate Donald Trump, that hate Republicans, that hate conservatives, that hate American first policy, the individuals that are all about the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, the progressive movement, they decided to protest in New York City against people who are celebrating the United States government, and the left brought bombs. Let's get this right. They brought homemade bombs to a protest. The left is violent. I'm not telling you that the people on the right are perfect. They're not. Not everyone's a great person. But they didn't come with any bombs. They didn't make bombs, but the left did. And that should really worry people. So 6 people have been arrested. because a homemade explosive device at Gracie Mansion, a homemade explosive device is a bomb. Just call it what it is. It's a bomb. At Gracie Mansion protest sent people running for cover. People were running. Here is a picture. Here is the image. Here is your leftist protester with a bomb in hand. Is anyone confused here? It tells you right now, this is where the left is. This is the preference of the left. The people they're upset with is on the opposite end of this fencing. You can see right here, they are separated from another group who are pro-America, that they are happy that the American government has disabled the Ayatollah and international terrorism. This guy and the people surrounding him want there to be more terrorism in the world. They don't like Donald Trump. And they're willing to allow, if not increase, the amount of terrorism in the world just so they can say Donald Trump bad, Orange Man bad. That's all this guy cares about, the person with this bomb. All he cares about is Orange Man bad, Republicans bad. It doesn't matter that there's terrorism. It doesn't matter that women are being poisoned around the world because the Ayatollah says, I don't like women showing their hair. He doesn't care about that. This is insane. This is insane to me. I cannot understand this. Now, I'm not going to tell you, again, I'm not telling you that Jake Lang, who is the guy who's right here with the flag, these are the protesters that are, well, celebrating Donald Trump and the attack against the Ayatollah just outside of Gracie Mansion. I'm not telling you that he's a good guy. I'm not telling you that he's a nice person. That has nothing to do with it. He is exercising his First Amendment right, just like anyone should, just like the people who are in favor of the Ayatollah are celebrating and using their First Amendment right. So people who tell me, but Jake Lang isn't a good person, he's not a nice guy, doesn't matter. The First Amendment doesn't say, well, you're a nice person, so you get to use the First Amendment. You're not a nice person, you don't get to use the First Amendment. That isn't the rule. He's an American citizen. Like him or not, he has a right to have his voice heard. If you want, you can listen to Jake Lang. If you don't have to. And if you really oppose, if you find what he says detestable, you can go and counter-protest him. That is perfectly fine. That is why we have a First Amendment. I have no problem with that setup. So Jake Lang is out there, and he is exercising his First Amendment right with a bunch of people that are there with him. Okay. This is all, I'm showing you the pictures so you can see for yourself. These are still images. They lit a bomb. The left, not the right. This wasn't done by Jake Lang and his group. This is a person on the left who had and lit a bomb. Some of them got caught. That's what the bomb looks like. It isn't very big. It's a glass bottle. And the thing is, what's inside that glass bottle? Here it is. And we know that there's two of these devices. They failed to explode. They built it wrong. But what's inside? Bolts, screws, nuts. That is a shrapnel grenade. That's what that is. Bolts, nuts, pieces of metal that are put into a jar with an explosive that was lit and thrown at police and the public. That is a bomb. That is a shrapnel grenade. You can say, but it's homemade. It's a homemade shrapnel grenade. Still is what it is. That's what it does. That's its function. That's what this guy lit because he doesn't like Donald Trump. So you have to pull shrapnel out of your body. This is the left. We're told they're not violent. We're told that the left progressive movement is not only not violent, but they're the good guys. This good guy, this leftist good guy, quote unquote, has a shrapnel grenade. He wasn't the only one. This is another one of those bombs. The left walked into the event with bombs meant to cause massive harm, if not kill people. These are the kind of weapons that cause people to lose their arms, their legs, and their life. They didn't care. They did not care. It's insane to me to see that this has happened. This is absolutely insane. This is from the AP, the Associated Press. Police investigating after device thrown at anti-Islam protest in New York. It's not anti-Islam, it's anti-terrorism, it's anti-Iran, it's anti-Ayatollah. It's, well, with Jake Lang, it may actually be anti-Islam, to be fair. To be fair, Jake Lang, it might be an anti-Islam event. Again, I'm not telling you this guy's a good guy. I am not telling you that his technique or his mannerism is good. I'm not telling you that his message is good. What I am telling you is he has the right to do it. And what happened, and I showed you the evidence of what happened there. Now, from the AP. So there are two different protests going on in New York City at the same time, at the same location. You have the Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York. That is the movement by Jake Lang, this guy right here. That's the right-leaning and very likely extremist, I'll even say extremist right-leaning protest. That's their movement. Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York. And I love that a counter-protester, now the way they word this is a counter-protester demonstrating against the Stop the Islamic Takeover New York event lit and threw a device containing nuts, bolts, and screws at the protesting crowd after someone from that group used pepper spray on the counter. This is one of the worst written opening paragraphs of an article you can have, and it was done so on purpose. The point of this, and this is how deceptive, this is really the who did this? Who was the editor at the Associated Press? Because the writer, notice they don't even have the writer's name. So this was an article written by more than one reporter, apparently, but more importantly, controlled by the editors over at the AP. And this article is written this way on purpose. Instead of saying a protester in favor of Islam, a protester in favor of Iran, a leftist protester, a progressive, threw a bomb at people in New York. No, he says a counter-protester demonstrating it. Well, we don't, counter-protester? The first two words in the sentence are meant to confusion. A counter-protester. Okay, so there's someone who's having a protest and someone's having a counter-protest. Who are these people? We don't know. Next thing goes, demonstrating against the Stop the Islamic. So it instantly makes you think the way it's worded is meant that if you're casually just reading through this, you're not paying attention to the words. This is how media works, how they subvert you. You're supposed to think in reading that first sentence, that first line, you're supposed to think that the Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City were the people that threw the bomb. This is meant to make you think the right is evil and violent. That was the purpose. The editor made a point of wording it in a confusing manner so that when you read it over, if you're reading it quickly, if you're reading it only once, you will hear that the right brought a bomb to an event, when in fact, it is the exact opposite of that. It was in fact the leftists that brought bombs to an event. The right was protesting, the left brought bombs. But the AP is trying to protect the Democrats and the progressives and the socialists. So they try and write this in a way that confuses everyone, makes you think the exact opposite of the truth happened. This is how they manipulate you. This is manipulation. The editor knew he could write it better. He chose not to. He wanted to make sure you got the wrong message so that in the 2026 midterms, when you go and vote, you're going to say, well, the right is evil. MAGA is bad. Donald Trump or Orange Man bad. I can't vote for that. They brought a bomb to a protest. Nope, got to vote against that. That is the reason why that first paragraph is written in the way it is. That's evil. That is taking advantage of you. But we got a comment here. Hey, I'm going to stop for a moment. I want to get this comment. First comment of the show today. Thank you for that. And that comes from Joel. And Joel says, let's see. Let me make sure I can get it to show. Here it is. The write-up I saw made it sound like the counter-protest was far right and they threw the bomb. Exactly my point, Joe. They're trying to make people think that. It isn't true. And I'm showing you the evidence from, I have 3 articles on this. 3 different articles, all of them saying the same thing in the same way. Now, again, Jake Lang is the individual who's being identified as leading the, quote, far right, end quote, protest. And I'm not telling you that Jake Lang isn't far right. I'm not telling you that he's not an extremist. Depending on what you look at and how you look at him, you may agree. And he is pretty far out there. Fine. He's extreme in the way he protests. Fantastic. I got no problem with you saying that. But he has a right to protest. And Joel, you're right. The news media is making a point of trying to confuse people. But it's very clear if you read through each article and if you reread it, because if you read it just once really quick, you won't catch this. I didn't either. I had to read it a couple of times to see, well, who's actually doing what? It's not clear. They're doing that on purpose. It is a fact the far left were throwing bombs at the right at a protest because the left didn't like that the right was being heard. To shut people up, to take away their right to speak, the left was willing to use grenades, shrapnel grenades. So, yeah, I'm glad that you caught that because it's amazing. If you didn't know, if I wasn't standing here, a lot of people would read one of these articles, glance through it and go, the right is evil, they're crazy. It's not the right. The crazy evil people are the left. They are the violence that we are dealing with today. And it's sad. It's sad that the media has to use these kinds of manipulations, these games, to hide the truth from you and me, the public. Police are investigating the incident. It started late Saturday morning when someone from the anti-Islam protest associated with conservative influencer Jake Lang shot pepper spray into the counter-protesting group near the mayoral residence at Gracie Mansion. So again, the right had pepper spray. Now, why did they use the pepper spray? Why did they antagonize someone? I don't know. Was it because they were protecting themselves? The news media won't tell you. And no one's interviewing the person with the pepper spray. We don't know why the pepper spray was deployed. Usually, this pepper spray is used as a defensive measure. We don't know. Given that at least a couple of people, 6 people arrested, these are all the leftists are getting arrested. Given that they brought bombs to a protest, I tend to believe that the pepper spray was being used defensively because the left apparently were there to commit acts of violence, widespread violence, unrepentant and indiscriminate. You blow up a bomb as they had created, that shrapnel goes everywhere. It will take out friend and foe alike. They didn't care. They didn't care if they were going to attack the police. They didn't care if it was going to injure people on the far right. They didn't care if it was going to affect people on the left, on their own side. Tensions continued to heighten when someone in the counter protest lit and threw a device. Remember, the counter protest is not the Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York. It's not that group. It's not the group with Jake Lang. Not telling you they're good people, but they're making it clear. Someone in the counter protest, making you look at this, making you think it's the opposite, lit and threw a device she described as smaller than a football into the protesting crowd of about 20 people. The left threw a bomb into a crowd of 20 people, a grenade, a shrapnel grenade. The device struck a barrier and extinguished itself a few feet from police officers. They were going to take out police too. They didn't care. They'll take out the police, they'll take out law enforcement, they'll take out you. The same person then ran, and another person gave him a second device. This was a plan. They had backup. They wanted widespread death and destruction. This wasn't a one-off. This wasn't one crazy lone person. There's at least two of them, and they came prepared with backup, which he then dropped. The device, which Tish, this is for Commissioner Jessica Tish, in charge of the police. She says, these devices were smaller than football, were wrapped in black tape with nuts, bolts, and screws, as well as a hobby fuse that could be lit. She said it was unclear if they were functioning or a hoax. It doesn't really matter at that point. They came with the intent to, at the very least, to give the most credit we can to the left. They came to intimidate people by throwing what looks like and what functionally could be a shrapnel grenade. In the worst case, and that's the best case scenario, they're going to scare the hell out of people because they're throwing a device that gave off smoke. And that's why in some of the news media, they say it's a smoke bomb. No, it wasn't. It was a bomb that didn't explode. It was a bomb that gave off smoke but did not explode. That's not a smoke bomb. That's a malfunctioning hand grenade, a shrapnel grenade. That's what that is. It's a badly created bomb. They didn't get the effect that they wanted. Thank God. Otherwise, the news report today would be X number of people wounded and or dead because a leftist decided to use violence because someone else they don't like was speaking. Sound like Charlie Kirk all over again? Let me give you another image of this story. And we know that they've been doing this for days. There were tensions flaring up because a bunch of, now I want you to look at this. There are a bunch of people here. The people with the American flag, the people with the Iranian flag are actually the right, and they are celebrating that the Ayatollah, the key to terrorism across the globe, is dead. This protest at Washington Square Park was by a bunch of leftists that support the Ayatollah. They support global terror. It's not my words. This is the article coming from Spectrum News. This is a fact. You have people. Here it is. And they'll show you the picture, and here it is. One group gathering for a vigil honoring Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, who was killed by the United States. We've got people in this group who are celebrating the mass terrorist, a guy responsible for hundreds, thousands of people dying, in particular, many Americans, but also people from across the globe. The guy responsible for suicide bombs in every country in the world. They're celebrating him at Washington Park. By the way, those are all leftists. Those are all leftists. how evil America is. Oh, the big evil America. Those are all leftists. The left may not like that they're being associated with this. This is a result of leftist ideology. This is a result of their abominable support of anything that isn't on the right. The left is willing to support the worst of extremes. They will support cartels that are trafficking human beings. In other words, slavery. The left is willing to support slavery because that means they're supporting the cartels. Why? Because the right wants to have a border. So the left will literally support MS-13. They literally will help Tren de Aragua. They will literally help slavers because they don't like the right that want to put up a wall and block open borders. We have watched for over a year as the left is doing everything they can to defend criminal gangs and international criminals entering the United States, illegal aliens, using all of our resources. We see this with Somalia, the Somali Americans or the Somalians in America, in Minnesota, that stole $9 billion. $9 billion. You want to feed people? There was $9 billion that you could have used it for. You want to be able to take the homeless off the streets like I do. Guess what? $9 billion, we could have done it. You want to protect kids, help kids get health care or education? $9 billion just got flushed down a toilet. And the left are helping them. They're protecting them. Keith Ellison, Tim Walz are protecting them. They have enabled these people, these criminals, to steal billions of dollars from our kids because they wanted political advancement, because Orange Man bad. That's the excuse of the left. This is pitiful. This is pitiful, folks. And again, I'm just showing you 3 different ways that what's happening in New York City is, as long as you say Orange Man bad, the left will support anything you do, including throwing bombs at the people you don't like. But the left tells you they're not violent. The left tells you they're on the right side of history as they support global terrorism, as they support slavery, as they support dictatorships. Remember, the left were celebrating, the left were angry at America, at Donald Trump, the Trump administration, for removing a dictator known for starving his people so badly that they were eating out of garbage cans and killing animals in zoos to feed their children. This is the bad guy that the Trump administration took down, and the left still want him back in power because Donald Trump did it. This is insane. The very same leftist Democrats that denounced Maduro, that denounced the Ayatollah, that said, if you go back 20 years, and I'm old enough, I remember this, and you can find the videos of listening to Chuck Schumer talk about we have to have a hard line on immigration. We need to make the border more secure. Chuck Schumer, who's saying that we have to we can't let Iran be a source of global terror. 20 years later, they just changed their voice. Oh, no, but it's Donald Trump. It's the right. They want to win an election, and they are willing to throw you and your family and your friends to the wolves. They do not care. That's terrifying to me. That's upsetting to me. You know, it's not just me that's upset about this. I'll show you something else. Again, this is all public information. You can find it yourself. I'm not editing any of this. This is evidence right here. March 6th, 2 days ago, Friday, an Iranian American woman to be exact, this is over at, I believe, Washington Square Park, is shocked to see the leftists organizing a memorial for Iran's Ali Khamenei at Washington Square Park. This Iranian woman is telling an Iranian American, and she's like, "You're out of your mind." Let me put this up. I want you to hear this, okay? Let's hear a little bit of this. I'm going to show you this. Don't have to believe me.
We are so happy. We are so happy. I'm a lady from Iran. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Why are you crying? I'm a lady from Iran. I'm so happy. Why are you crying? Why? Get your...
Don't trust her. Trust the white college leftist college students, okay? Trust them. They know much better than
I'm from Iran.
No, I'm saying you're right.
I know all the right wingers. Who's next?
Kill them.
I know all of them.
Came out to us, bro.
Do you see the focus? So you've got all the kids dressed up with kifas, hiding their faces, and they're supporting the global international terror leader, the Ayatollah, a victim, a person who directly suffered under the Ayatollah, who has suffered under the terrorist regime, stands in front of them and says, your school books, your academic teachers, your political ideology, it's wrong. It's all wrong. She's there. She is a living witness. And she's telling them, you don't know what you're talking about. Why are you supporting terror and evil? And they just look at her and they go, oh my God, well, she's just a Republican. Ignore her. No. She's just one of those right wingers. Ignore her. Don't believe the truth before your face. And the kids just stand there and go, wow, I don't know what to say. Let's see some more of this.
You're walking up to me telling me to leave.
Shut up! Shut up! I don't care what you...
None of you are Iranian.
You notice that the Iranians who are pissed off are looking at these guys and going, none of you are Iranians. These are a bunch of white liberals predominantly, not entirely, predominantly, a bunch of white liberal college students who know nothing about the world other than what their teachers have taught them, what they have been indoctrinated to believe, to see what we see like with the AP that have put out these articles that lie, that confuse, that make you think the left are the good guys, and they're not. And that gets them to be supporting global terror. Something is wrong in America. What are we doing in our country? This is insane. This is crazy. What are we doing? What are we doing in America? How can we get it so wrong? How can we get it so absolutely wrong? Venezuelans, 8 million of them around the world, were celebrating, thanking America for freeing their country. The left told us that was evil. They should be that we should maintain the dictatorship over Venezuela. If you are supporting the left, you are supporting trying to bring Maduro, a dictator, back in charge to starve the Venezuelan people. That's what the left is supporting right now. If you support the left, and I'm talking about the progressive left, if you're supporting that, you're supporting global terror and trying to make sure that there is an Ayatollah in charge of Iran, pushing out, funding global terror that has killed thousands of people across the globe, especially Americans. Do you really want to support that? See, I can understand why this might be one of my lower rated shows, because the left are going to look at this and go, I can't watch this. There's no mental gymnastics that allows you to say, oh my God, yeah, no, I'm on the right. No, the Iranian people are telling you you're wrong. The Venezuelan people are telling you you're wrong. We've got Cubans who are telling you you're wrong. The only people who are telling the progressive left that they're right, China, the terrorists, the dictators, they're the only ones who are saying, hey, this is a great idea. Yeah, please support us. What are we doing with our kids? What is going on in this world? Hey, I'll give you another point of view. How about we go to the left themselves? Here's John Fetterman, Senator John Fetterman. And I think this is important. Here he goes. He says it himself. Why can't this is his official, John Fetterman's official Senate X account. Why can't we all agree that destroying an Iranian drone carrier aimed at Americans, Israelis, and Muslims throughout the Middle East makes the makes the region and world more safe and more secure? Because if you go over to Columbia College, you go over to Harvard, you go over to Stanford, you go to Binghamton University. If you go over to actually throughout New York City, especially around Gracie Mansion, if you talk to the mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, they're going to tell you that the terrorists are the good guys, that Iran having another missile carrier so that they can attack civilians. And I don't mean by accident. I'm not talking about collateral damage. I mean Iran directly targets civilians. They on purpose want to kill women and children. Not telling you that war is gentle. I'm not telling you that collateral damage, women and children don't die. They do. Happens all the time. But that's when they're not the target. Iran targets women and children because they're terrorists. Terrorists go after the softest, weakest target they can find, women and children. They want you to say, please stop killing my women, my children. And they say, okay, great. But now we're in control. Now we have power. Give us money. Give us power. That's what terrorists do. That's what Iran is doing. John Fetterman figured this out. John Fetterman is mentally damaged. This is a medical decision. It's not a personal insult. I'm not taking a dig at John Fetterman. He is mentally disabled. That is a fact. It's a medical fact. He has brain damage. And he understands this. He's a senator. And I don't think he should be a senator, but he is a senator. He is a Democrat, and he can figure this out. How is it that a man with literal brain damage can figure out that Iran is bad, that the Ayatollah is bad, that terrorism is bad, and yet college students in New York City can't figure it out? I don't get it. We have done something very wrong in our country. We have done something very, very wrong for a long time. You know what? I'll give you another example of what I'm talking about here. Here's Van Jones. Van Jones, a self-admitted communist, worked with the Obama administration. He was one of the czars for the Obama administration. He is a self-professed communist. He loves to travel the left-wing news media circuit. You've seen him on CNN. You've seen him on MS Now or MSNBC, whatever the hell they call themselves. You've seen them all at the local news media outlets, the left-leaning news media outlets. Van Jones. And this is his statement here. Again, from his account, this is on his X account. Something strange is happening in the information war. Young Americans defending regimes like the Islamic Republic of Iran that jails protesters, strips women of rights, and execute people for being gay. Everything he just said is true. Everything he said, that is what Iran does. This is what the left is supporting. Van Jones, the communist, is acknowledging that there's a problem here. Something is very, very wrong with our youth, that they have been indoctrinated to support people who are being jailing protesters, stripping women of rights, and executing people for being gay. That's not America. That's not Donald Trump. That's not MAGA. Even the communist understands that that's Iran. That's the terrorist organization. He goes on to say, self-described patriots on the right suddenly echoing narratives that benefit a country like Russia, which is openly hostile to the United States. I'm not sure what he's talking about. I assume that he means that some people on the right may support Russia. Well, guess what? Some people on the left support Tehran. So I don't understand what that's all about, but okay, fine. How does this happen? Van Jones goes on to say, not through tanks or missiles. That's true. It comes from colleges. It comes from the news media that Van Jones is part of. It's called indoctrination. He goes on, post by post, people get pulled into camps that don't actually serve their own country or their values. That's true, but it's done more so. He left out, and it's done in the classrooms, in our high schools, in our colleges. We have students that are walking out of their classrooms in junior high school, even across this country, with signs made by their teachers, told to go outside to get extra credit or to just support, and they're picking a political ideology. We've seen this with kids in as young as in elementary school, 7-year-olds that are walking around with signs they can't read, signs that they can't write, that are making political statements. They're walking out of the schools. Not that the parents know about this. No one's calling up the parents and saying, do you give permission for my child to go out and protest against America, against the American president? No one asked the parents that. They did that in the school themselves. The teachers sent those kids out of their classrooms to go and make these protests, to get filmed by the news media. The kids don't know the difference. They don't know what they're doing. They don't understand the consequences of what they're doing. But then they go into a college and they're getting academic praise. They get extra points on their report card. They get better notifications, more referrals to go to a college so that they can go in front of a teacher who's going to say, oh, I see they've already started indoctrinating you. Hey, you're on the front, you're on the fast track forward on indoctrination. Let me give you a higher grade because you have the right political ideology, because you did the right things for the political ideology. Van Jones is seeing this, but he doesn't want to admit the truth. He doesn't want you to see all of the truth. He wants you to see part of it because he's part of the problem. Coming out night after night saying, well, it's the right is being violent. No, it's the left. I just showed you. The left is walking into protests with bombs. The right is walking into a protest with their voice. The left shot Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was just talking. He goes on to say, they become cheap pieces. Van Jones continues to say, they become pieces on a chessboard in a gray war, a conflict fought with information instead of bullets. It's not called information. It's called teaching. It's called education or indoctrination. This isn't a gray war. This isn't a new thing. It's being done on a new scale, and it's being done faster than we've ever seen before, but it's not new. 1930s Germany figured it out. It's called propaganda. It's called indoctrination. It's called, I will take control of the children and own the future. That's what the left wants. And they are willing to do anything to do that. If someone is watching this program, they're on the left, and they think, Mike, you're wrong. I'm showing you evidence. Tell me what's your evidence to prove me wrong. Give me the argument. Let's see the mental gymnastics that disputes what I have shown on this episode alone. In just the recent actions in the last week. Let's go by that. The left will never respond to that because they don't have an answer to that. They cannot refute that. They will instead try to distract you. Go watch a football game. Go watch a basketball game. Let's talk about the housewives of I don't give a damn. How about we talk about anything and watch everything else? All of it embedded with some of that same ideology. Those sports people, well, they're going over, they're supporting China, playing basketball over there. They're kneeling before they actually play the game in sport after sport after sport. They're going overseas as part of the Olympics, and they are trash talking their own country that they're there to represent. And they're telling you how they're sick of their country. That's indoctrination. It's in your sports. It's in your movies. It's in your TV shows. And they're saying, oh, no, you just don't understand. No, I don't agree. There's a big difference between the two. Van Jones goes on to say, and most people don't even realize they're part of it. No, Van. See, that's for people like me. He's talking to people like me. You're a podcaster. You're a political pundit. You're involved in politics. Don't you understand? You're making the right worse. No, I'm not. I'm highlighting what's being done in our country. And I will call out someone in the left and the right at the same time. I have no problem saying that James Lang, I have no support for him. I'm not here trying to support him. I'm not telling you that he's a good guy. No. I know when we see people who have failed, who have screwed up, who have done something wrong, and I've pointed that out for 2 decades, Van Jones. You don't. You don't, Van Jones. Even in this, where you as a communist can't help but point out that the left is wrong, that they are leading our kids in the wrong direction. Even here, you have to try and spin this as best you can to try and blame the right for what's happening on the left. The right is reactionary. They are reacting to what the left has done. They are reacting to the way you are indoctrinating our kids. They are reacting to the fact you opened our borders. They are reacting to the fact that you allowed terrorists to enter our nation. The right is reacting to the fact that you have increased the amount of human trafficking, slavery in America. The left is reacting to these things. It's not that we did them, we're reacting to them. The left is leading this. The left is creating this environment. And you, Van Jones, know that. But you don't want to accept responsibility for that because the left is not accountable. The left is not responsible. They want the power, but they don't want to deal with the consequences of their actions. They don't want to, no, it's not their fault that things are failing. It's not their fault that their policies didn't work. It's not their fault that their policies lead to more inflation, unemployment. They lead to more war, more violence, more death. That's the left. The right is reacting to that. And because it's so extreme at this point, the right is reacting even more extremely because it's gone that far, that quickly. And Van Jones, you helped make it happen. At least be humble enough to accept that you, Van Jones, are part of the problem. It's not some gray war, some information battle, some ambiguous, unknown people are in charge of this. You, Van Jones, go on CNN on a regular basis and you promote and enable this division that you're now complaining about. You don't want to accept the consequences of what you have done. You don't want to accept accountability for the logical consequences of your actions, Van Jones. You did this to America. You're not the only one. And I'm not saying that there's no one on the right that isn't also a problem. There are. But Van Jones, you are correct. There is this problem, and you made it. You and CNN promoted it for over a decade. Every single day, 24 hours a day, you have been pushing this agenda to create the environment we are in now, to create the problems that we're dealing with now. And now that you see, some of these problems, they're going to be bad for you, Van Jones, and your friends, Van Jones, then now you're saying, oh, well, that's a bit of a problem. That's a bit of an annoyance. It's uncomfortable for you. Well, guess what? It's been uncomfortable for everyone else for a long time, and you're the source of it. Admit that. At the very least, just admit your culpability in the problems that we're dealing with right now. And maybe, just maybe, get out the way as we try and figure out a solution to the problem you have created. It's a big problem. It's complicated. It's going to take time. Get out of our way. Let us at least attempt to fix it before you screw it up once again. How about that, Van Jones? By the way, if anyone knows Van Jones, put this in front of him. Van Jones, I will be happy to provide you with as much time as you need. I'm not CNN. I am not restricted at time at all. I don't have to do commercial breaks. I will give you as much time as you need so we can have this conversation. And you can explain to me how you are not culpable for the very problem that you're now complaining about, that you are now complicit in and have always been complicit. If you think I'm wrong, I will give you as much time as you need. I have no problem with that. Prove me wrong, Van Jones, but you won't. I know it and you know it. And it's not because my channel isn't big enough. It's not because I'm not good enough. I am. The problem is you do not want to expose yourself to what you are culpable of. You don't want to admit you are accountable for this, you and your channel. And you know, in the safety, in the warm comfort of CNN, they're never going to ask you about this. You're never going to have to answer to this. And you won't go on Fox News, and they wouldn't ask you even if you did. You have the major media protecting you from any liability, any recognition of what you have done. But if you show up with me, you'll have to. You'll have to explain yourself. You'll have to deal with it and be accountable for what you have done, that you recognize is happening and is destroying America. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just me. It's okay. I can live with that. I can live with it just being me, if that's the case. It really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. You know what? We've been going 2.5 hours. Oh my God. I'm going to take a small break. I want to walk my dog. I want to calm down a little bit because I swear this stuff, it annoys me. It really, really does. It pisses me off. And it should. It should piss off everyone. But it pisses me off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to walk my dog, going to get a cigarette, stretch my legs. It's warm today. 63 degrees in New York. 63. The ice is pretty much all melted. I'm going to walk, get some exercise. And I hope you'll do the same thing. We'll be back. Let's call it, it's 5 o'clock now. We'll be back at 5:45. By 5:45, we'll be back. We'll continue the show. I'll talk to you about Jasmine Crockett. I'll talk to you a little bit about what's going on with Kristi Noem. We haven't talked about her. And I want to talk about the Texas elections. I want to talk about the State of the Union, the 2026 midterm elections, the economy of the United States and where it is and where it might be going. Talk a little bit about Tim Walz, what happened with him, Ralph Ellison. Excuse me, not Ralph, Keith Ellison. We'll talk a little bit about that and the future of America in 2028 as well. So we're going to talk about all of those things when we get back. I hope you'll join me. We're going to do that at 5:45. Until then, we're going to play this piece right here. Okay. And this is from 2023 when we were talking about World War III. We were talking about the 3 global wars that were possible and were pretty much possible up until we invaded Iran. I think that has truly saved our lives from slowly walking into 3 regional wars simultaneously. I think the thing that saved us is this, and then we'll be back. Okay. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is February 21st. It is approximately 5:30 in the evening, and I wanted to talk to you about what we have been seeing trending in the news media, in Twitter all day, World War III. We want to talk to you about what has now happened with Russia, nuclear weapons. How did we get to this point that nuclear weapons are on the table and Putin has rejected all treaties to suspend nuclear actions? It's a dangerous place that we are now finding ourselves in the world, and it needs to be understood in some fullness that we are not getting on the nightly news in a minute and a half, in 30-second sound bites from various pundits. And that's the purpose of this channel. We go back in time. We look at the fullness of what brought us to the situations we face now so we can better understand what will be the outcome in the future. What are the consequences? We hope you will follow us with this, where we are, how we got to where we are today, and where we might be in the future. We hope you will enjoy this. Now, if it is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. As we said, we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet will allow to reach you, to hear your tweets, your chats, and your phone calls from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. We hope that you will join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time because we believe in free speech. You have a right to talk about the issues that affect you, even if your government doesn't agree, even if the internet overlords don't agree. So, looking at the situation, the news that has come out today, Putin has now escalated the situation in Ukraine, bringing nuclear weapons pretty much to the table. We are on the edge of what many believe will be World War III, or as we have said on this channel for many years, 3 regional wars. The conflict is escalating. Europe will likely be drawn in. What's going to happen next? Well, to really understand what's going to happen next, we have to understand, how did we get here? What were the elements that brought us here? Is there something that is telling Putin, China, North Korea, and Iran that they should be escalating, that they should have no fear of the United States? Is there anything that is giving them an impetus to take the actions they are taking? Well, let's find out. Let's go back in time. Let's start off all the way back to the 2020 election, where Joe Biden and President Donald Trump, were engaged in debates. Now, there were only 2 debates, and the second debate was supposed to have a substantive discussion, a substantive debate about foreign policy. Now, this is a very important issue because Joe Biden touted himself and was touted by Democrats as being a strong international leader because of his decades of work in Congress, because of his time as vice president. He was touting to the American people he knew the world leaders. He knew Chairman Xi of the Communist Party of China, that he knew Vladimir Putin because of his time as vice president. And because of these relationships that he had, he was able to better negotiate and better discuss international politics with these leaders because they already respected him. That's what he told us in 2019 and 2020 on the campaign trail. Now, in the actual only debate addressing foreign policy, and one of the few times in the election that foreign policy was addressed, well, according to CNN Politics, on Friday, October 23rd of 2020, it was a meaningless debate. In fact, their analyst James Griffins said, "We had a good relationship with Hitler before he invaded the rest of Europe." That was how Democratic candidate Joe Biden summed up Donald Trump's approach to foreign policy. This was it. He goes on to say, "It was a line that might well play well among Biden's base, but with its vague allusions to appeasement in the run-up to World War II, it was indicative of a debate that had little genuine substance when it came to the current foreign policy challenges, with both leaders choosing to use other countries as attack lines more than anything else." That made it very clear. In 2019-2020, there was no substantive discussion of foreign policy. We merely had the fact that Joe Biden said he had prior experience and that he was respected. Those were his words, that he was respected around the world. And President Trump had an America First policy. He wanted to focus on American issues primarily before he dealt with anything else. and that he wanted to show American strength as a deterrent. In some areas that had success, in some areas that did not. But that was the proposition made to America in 2020. Joe Biden took the White House. And that brings us, going forward in time, to his first day in office. What did Joe Biden do? Well, the very first thing he did was he went to Syria. Joe Biden doubled the number of American troops in Syria on his first day in office. It was an immediate reaction. And by the way, we're going to be going through a lot of the coverage we have made on the various subjects over the last 2 years. And in each one, you can go to the descriptions of that video and you will see 6, 10, 20 sources that we use to come to the conclusions that we present to you, the evidence that we see around the world at that time. We do advise you, if you want to look more deeply, you can look at all the sources that we have provided. But to sum it up, the first thing that Joe Biden did was go to Syria. And he doubled the amount of troops, American troops, fighting in the Syrian civil war. Now, we're talking about Russia. We're talking about how do we get there today. The two elements that we need to be aware of. In 2019 and 2020, Joe Biden said he had a good relationship with Russia in terms of that he could speak with Putin and that Putin respected him. That's critical. And in his first day in office, he increased the number of American troops fighting in a war that Russia opposed. To be clear, Russia entered the Syrian civil war in 2015 under the Obama-Biden administration. And Russia took the side of Syria, whereas the United States took the opposing side, both supporting Kurds but also rebel forces fighting against the Assad Syrian government. So we were in direct opposition, politically against each other, and fighting essentially a proxy war in Syria. So the first action that Joe Biden did was increase the tension in the Middle East and increase the tensions with Russia. A direct statement to Vladimir Putin that he was in opposition of Russia and Vladimir Putin. That was followed up March 18th of 2021. Joe Biden was playing Russian roulette. It was at that time that Joe Biden was calling Vladimir Putin a killer, that he was a bad guy, a rogue, that Joe Biden had more strength, internal, intestinal strength, and governmental strength and allies around the world more than Putin did, and that Putin should back down. Something that Putin called his bluff on. Putin had absolutely no fear of Joe Biden at that time. Probably no time since. And he called out Joe Biden, saying that they should go and speak at the G7 meeting, that they should speak with each other in person. And when Joe Biden did, Joe Biden backed down. Vladimir Putin called Joe Biden's bluff. This is early in the Biden administration, and it clearly set a line in the sand. Joe Biden would say many things to the American people to look strong, but when confronted with the people he is actually speaking about, he took a softer, more subservient tone. That's not a leadership of strength. That's not something that you can just bluff your way through. At the same time, we do need to remember that Joe Biden was looking to put a climate czar in place. The number one name, and eventually the individual who would be picked, was John Kerry. Now, this is important because John Kerry was the Secretary of State under the Obama-Biden administration. Now, it's important because he had international relationships, but he was not seen as a strong leader. One of his crowning achievements was to provide hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran, and that was used to conduct global terror. That is something that John Kerry himself said in January of 2016 on CNBC News, that the money given to Iran for the Iran nuclear deal increased the net global terror in the world. So John Kerry was not seen as a strong figure, but he is important because, as we saw very shortly afterwards, John Kerry, in April of 2027, he was an individual, he was pointed out as possibly being a traitor, that he was someone who actually betrayed the trust of the United States and Israel to benefit Iran, to help promote the Iran nuclear deal that President Trump had removed. This is critical on an international stage, that Joe Biden was leaning on old individuals, older administrations, and he's leaning on these individuals who have a history of increasing global terror, of not understanding the consequences of their actions, that have actually taken steps that hurt the allies of the United States and the United States' position in international politics. And this is one of the leading figures at the time, in April of 2021, that was going to be put in a significant position of climate change, one of the most critical goals of the Biden administration of progressive ideology, that was more important than every other subject on the face of the planet. At least that's the message they told us. So as you can see developing, there is a message, a through line going here, that Joe Biden, when confronted, will not stand his ground, that he is relying on individuals who have no concept of the consequences they have created, especially when those consequences have negative impacts to the American people. This is the image that is being created by the United States. And this is the message that is being sent to Russia and the rest of the world. Vladimir Putin, further, when he first started in April, as John Kerry was being revealed as a potential traitor, and we believe he was a traitor, as that was happening, it was in April of 2021 that Vladimir Putin decided to start moving his troops towards the Ukraine, starting to build up and mass his forces for a possible invasion. That was in April. Now that's critical, and I know this article from the Center for Strategic and International Studies was talking about the buildup in September of 2021, but it was in April when we saw that buildup first start. And what was the reaction by the Biden-Harris administration? Nothing. They really had very little to say about it. They, of course, denounced it and said Putin should not move forward, but in that environment where we had already seen Joe Biden had already backed down to Vladimir Putin, that Joe Biden was not standing by policies and he was increasing the conflict between the United States and Russia, Russia really wasn't getting anything to force him to stop. And when he made that buildup, there was no real action by the United States or NATO to force them to stop moving forward, to stop with the invasion. That's the environment we found ourselves in the spring of 2021. That was further complicated by the Biden administration in May of 2021, as we reported, where the conflicts between Iran and the United States were all in favor of Iran. That Joe Biden, in his desperation to get the Iran nuclear deal, was essentially politically falling over himself to make that deal happen. This is important because, again, this is another signal to Russia and the world, to China as well, that the Biden administration was looking for a victory. They were looking for a win. They weren't as concerned about the consequences to the world as they were the politics they were looking to attain, to have a victory and to show that Trump was bad and Biden was good. And this element pervaded throughout. In June of 2021, we again heard that the Middle East was lost. Not only was it Iran, but also Afghanistan, that we were already seeing the elements of Afghanistan being lost to the Taliban as Joe Biden was trying to put together a hectic and badly thought out exit from Afghanistan, and the world was watching this step by step. It was not looking good in any way. In fact, the news media was covering up for this. As we covered, and this was in June 28th, tensions were rising around the world, and everyone knew that Afghanistan, the Taliban, were making inroads throughout Afghanistan, taking over more and more territory because of the weakness of the leadership of Joe Biden, that there were no concrete plans in place. Now, many people said, well, it's going to work itself out. This is because of President Trump. They blamed it on many, many things. But the world leaders in China, in Iran, in Russia, in North Korea, what they saw was someone who did not have a plan, did not understand the consequences of their actions, and someone who is not prepared to take military steps, strong steps, to establish their position both in that moment and in the future. Understanding that Joe Biden had increased the U.S. presence in the Syrian war, increasing tensions with Russia, increasing tensions with Iran, that he was busy trying to find a way to recreate the Iran nuclear deal because of the political element, the approval he would have within his supporters, regardless of the consequences that we already know had already been admitted since 2016 to increase global terror. So Joe Biden was willing to look good politically to his supporters while throwing his allies internationally under a bus under increased global terror. That would weaken our allies, strengthen our enemies. And our enemies noticed that, in particular in Russia. But perhaps the killing blow was on August 15th of 2021, when the Taliban took over Afghanistan with American troops already present. That the Biden-Harris administration had so badly understood the nature of the situation, they had so badly planned for consequences, they were so busy trying to run away and play politics in the United States that they lost an entire country while their troops, our troops, American troops, were on the ground. This is a bad situation. And it led to CNN stating that not to worry, the Taliban was mostly friendly, that the message coming from the White House was that this was actually under control, this was okay, this situation was handled, that there was no reason to panic, they had leadership and they had an understanding, and this would be negotiated. That message was being told to us in August 17th, 2 days after the surprise attack and loss of the entire country. Was it true? No. Because by the time August 25th rolled around, the United States was in full-fledged retreat. They were running away because the Biden-Harris administration was forcing U.S. troops to leave as quickly as possible, giving up entire bases, giving up weapons, giving up ammunition and money, just leaving it on the ground, leaving in the middle of the night, abandoning our allies that had been supporting us for 2 decades and leaving them to the mercy of ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban, as Joe Biden was trying to run away. And in that process, not only was he running away from the Taliban, a minor faction, maybe 1,000, 2,000, a couple thousand of terrorists, barely armed. He was running away from them and leaving not just weapons, not just bases and technology and money, he was leaving American citizens behind. Even in August 25th, it was clearly understood that America was not able to evacuate all American citizens and would not be able to do so by the deadline that had been placed by the Taliban on Joe Biden. This is critical. This is critical not because of anything other than this was an endemic of the fact that Joe Biden was weak. He could not understand the consequences of his actions, and in the eyes of the world leaders of China, Iran, and Russia and North Korea, Joe Biden did not have a plan, nor did he have the leadership, the strength to stand up in a crisis. His answer and his instinct was to run away and try to minimize the political impact, even though his allies and American citizens were endangered because of that. Add to that the breaking news, which came out on September 14th, after 5,000 Americans were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. And the last time that Joe Biden would ever mention how many Americans have been abandoned and left behind, he has never since talked about Afghanistan or those Americans. General Mark Milley was identified as another figure, high-ranking figure in the Biden-Harris administration that committed treason. Now that makes both John Kerry and Mark Milley essential key figures in the Biden-Harris administration whose actions were taken directly against the best interest of the United States. Now, when we think about that, so China has seen, and Russia and North Korea and Iran have seen that Joe Biden has lost to a terrorist organization, Taliban, a couple thousand people, and lost an entire country, lost billions of dollars of weapons and bases, and threw their own people under a bus, that they have been unable to properly anticipate international reactions around the globe, that they also have been blustering. And whenever confronted about that bluster, Joe Biden has backed down over and over and over again. That's why in 2021, Russia decided, since they had already made their troop buildup, because Joe Biden had backed down to Vladimir Putin, to China, to Iran, because Joe Biden lost in Afghanistan in the worst way possibly, that because he had no strength to stand up for 5,000 American citizens, which is his absolute responsibility and obligation, that they had nothing to fear, that there was no consequence. And Russia began to mobilize and to make it clear to the world they were going to enter the Ukraine. And one of the first things that Joe Biden had to say about Russia making their indications of invading Ukraine clear, the very first thing that Joe Biden had to say, as reported on December 10th of 2021, he told the Ukraine to do what Chamberlain recommended. He wanted them to appease Russia. He wanted them to give up their land, to give up the eastern portion of the Ukraine, to allow Russia to have access to the Black Sea, which would give it access to the Mediterranean and impact much of Europe. That they were to give up their grain and the wheat, the fertilizer, the uranium, and the strategic placement, to just give up their land and their people, and it would be okay, to keep Russia calm. That was the first thing that Joe Biden had to say about this. Again, this is an individual who is, from Russia's eyes, from China's eyes, from North Korea's eyes, from Iran's eyes, they are seeing someone who has backed down every time he has been challenged, who has made decisions without understanding the consequences of those decisions, who has leadership aides that are advising him, and they have no faith in the United States, apparently, and that he is willing to give up his own people and his allies for the political appearance of being strong. That, of course, never will lead to success, especially when countries are being aggressors. And so, what did we see? Well, in the days after that, by January 11th of 2022, there were talks. Russia, North Korea, Iran are all trying to test Joe Biden in various aspects. And we're not talking about North Korea here or Iran, which have their own elements in this, but all of the nations that have a gripe with the United States, all these nations that have long-term histories of aggression with the United States, all started escalating their positions and taking more aggressive stances and starting to press Joe Biden to see what he would do and to see what resistance they would face. And it was pretty obvious to the world at that point that by January 25th, we knew that World War III was imminent, or at least that was one of the things many people were talking about. People were afraid. They could see that there was an escalation happening, especially with Russia and Ukraine, that would involve NATO, Germany, and of course the United States. And how would the United States react? The United States, the de facto leader of NATO, the leader of the world, the superpower of the world, what were we going to do? And the question amongst most people was at the time, is Biden strong enough to actually do anything about it? Well, we got that answer because it was on February 10th that Joe Biden went on to NBC News speaking to Lester Holt, and he said, he doubled down on his Afghanistan policy that he would abandon 10 to 20,000 American citizens, including children, into Ukraine and leave them alone, to leave them on their own, even if a war was occurring and they were threatened, endangered, or killed. He said this to Lester Holt on international news, that the United States will not protect its own people. Thousands, 10,000 American citizens would not be protected. 10,000 children of the United States would not be protected under any circumstance. He made it as clear as it could be. Under that environment, looking at that time frame, February 10th, it was made clear. Joe Biden had already backed down whenever confronted. Joe Biden talked big to get good politics, but did nothing. Joe Biden had no plans for the Middle East or international policy. Joe Biden reacted poorly whenever put into a crisis situation and normally took the worst decision possible, possibly because the individuals advising him did not have the United States as its first and primary focus. And now we see that after being lambasted for trying to duplicate the 1938 appeasement acts of Neville Chamberlain, Joe Biden has now said he just gave up. He gave up the American citizens. If we're looking at this from any other nation in the world, does everything that I have just discussed sound like strength? Does it sound like someone saying you can't go forward, that there will be consequences and repercussions for your actions, and that they would be severe? Would you have any faith and trust that Joe Biden would do anything that would negatively impact you, especially when he won't even protect his own people? Of course, this led to Kamala Harris going out, as reported by the LA Times on February 19th of 2022, saying that she stands with the Ukraine and said and reiterated that Joe Biden, the United States, would be tough on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, if he did anything, which is probably the worst thing you could do. Kamala Harris has been a failure at international politics everywhere she has gone. She has embarrassed the United States every time she has spoken overseas. Everywhere she has gone has resulted in a negative consequence for the American people. And she is even less respected than Joe Biden. She is even less feared than Joe Biden, having no interactions with these world leaders, having nothing and done nothing that would engender any kind of confidence. Even our allies in South Korea were upset with Kamala Harris because of the way she acted and her the way she embarrassed the United States in dealing with our ally in South Korea. There was no one who had trust, faith, or confidence in Kamala Harris. And hearing her echo the words of Joe Biden just made them even more hollow. It was a confirmation that nothing was going to be done of any consequence. So, as a result, only days later, 5 days after Kamala Harris reiterated the threats of Joe Biden against Russia, Vladimir Putin gave the word and invaded the Ukraine. Many people said that this would be a very short war, that it would be over in 30 days, that it would be over in 3 months. At the most extreme, many in the news media, in American news media, were saying it would be over in 6 months. One way or another, this was not going to be a war going on a long term. Joe Biden took action and decided that he was going to implement sanctions, that was his reaction, not troops, not so much weapons, more so to put sanctions against Russia, to enact a proxy economic war using the Ukraine as the go-through. And that NATO would join the United States, that they would follow the United States' lead in putting sanctions against Russia. How good was that? How effective was that? It was actually counterproductive. Because as we have learned then, and as we see continuing to this day, Russia's economy has been doing better. The price of the ruble increased. Their economy stabilized, while the rest of the world was having an increase, and in some places exponential increase in inflation, something that had started in the Biden administration in February of 2021 and has continued even to this day in increasing. The world went into a recession. Inflation took over across the world, especially for the European Union, NATO, and the United States. But Russia, they were actually doing well. Economically, this was working out for them. The sanctions had no real impact. Not only was this good for Russia because their economy was doing better, but the pressure on the rest of the world was even more severe because the war cut the food supply for the world. It took away the fertilizer needed across the world and indicated to the world that there would be a 30 to 40% grain shortage, food shortage around the world because of this war, which would negatively impact the United States and its allies. And we're still not quite up to date yet. But again, look at the steps that we have seen that were taken, the lack of precautions, because while the United States knew that once this war started, fertilizer would not be available, that would have a negative impact on food in the world. It would create a global food shortage. Joe Biden, not understanding consequences, did not warn the American people, did not advise them to prepare. He did nothing except have his proxy economic war and send more and more weapons and money from the United States over to the Ukraine, which was not defeating Russia, nor was it preventing the economic consequences, the negative impact to the United States and our allies. And then, as a result of this, to further enhance the problem, the Ukraine, in September of 2022, decided to suggest that they would enter into NATO. Something that was adamant, Russia was adamant, could not be possible. And the mere suggestion broke down any negotiations and any ceasefires that were capable. That is a reason for them to continue to fight, not to cease the fighting. Where was Joe Biden in this? Floundering. Zelensky was looking to go into the NATO, to get the protection of NATO, to bring NATO and the United States into the war physically, on the ground, fighting for the Ukraine. It made sense for him to make his move. Russia was adamant, unshakably adamant, that that could not happen. giving them more motivation to continue the fight in the Ukraine. And Joe Biden was nowhere to be seen. He had nothing to say. And thus we had to ask the question when it was November 15th of 2022. We were asking, what is the Biden foreign policy? Because it seems to be hurting world peace. It doesn't seem to be helping world peace. Not just in what we see in Russia and the Ukraine, but in China, Iran, North Korea. North Korea, by that time, having fired over 70 missiles, ICBMs and hypersonic missiles at South Korea and Japan, with many of them capable of hitting the United States. The world was recognizing Joe Biden was weak, that he had no strength, and he was not offering any solution that would help him. At the same time, in the United States, as we reported on December 2nd, studies were coming out, reports were coming out. Socialism was increasing in the United States. One of the very key factors for Russia, for North Korea, for China, that socialism was undermining the public, the root and core of the United States. So not only was Joe Biden weak, but America was becoming weaker as America decided to try and recruit soldiers under the idea of having two moms, of being warm and fuzzy and being nice. That wasn't how China was recruiting its soldiers. That's not how Russia was recruiting its soldiers, being absolutely honest with them that they would be engaged in aggressive, active warfare, but the United States trying to say it's all about feelings and feeling good. This did not escape the attention of nations around the world who started to work together. China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia working together against the United States, working together specifically to target the United States negatively. And it was only complicated more when Joe Biden then went forward and traded Brittany Griner, a WNBA entertainer, for the world's leading arms dealer. It was incredible. Brittany Griner, an admitted criminal who was correctly and justly put through the Russian process and convicted of a crime that she admits she committed, and the United States gave up the leading arms dealer in the world, someone responsible for civil wars and riots and death around the globe, especially in Africa. It was a massive political faux pas. This was a mistake. The math didn't make sense. Brittany Griner isn't worth the world's largest arms dealer, someone who is wanted in multiple nations for many, many decades. And they traded an entertainer for her? He left an American citizen, a soldier, someone who was declared an innocent. He left them in Russia, former United States Marine, but got the entertainer instead, reinforcing the fact that Joe Biden was focused on politics, on how this looked amongst his core base of supporters. Brittany Griner was negotiated for and released because she's black and gay, and it was politically advantageous. Not because that was a fair trade, not because that put an advantage to the United States. The advantage, in fact, was for Russia and for warlords around the world. In releasing Victor Bout, the United States increased the net global terror in the world, which reinforces for Russia and China, Iran, and North Korea, it reinforces the thought that the United States is weak, that they are more focused on politics than consequences of their actions, and that there is no strength behind the United States and its military. We did recap much of this earlier this year. January 19th of 2023, we recapped something that was very important about this, because throughout this process, and most recently, even in NATO, there was fracturing. Germany would not send tanks unless the United States sent tanks. Poland was willing to send their German tanks to the Ukraine, even if Germany said no. That would have caused a division. That would have broke NATO, having its nations fight amongst each other about the support and the level of support they would give to the Ukraine. Joe Biden, the leader, had nothing to say to these nations until he did exactly what Germany wanted him to do, what Germany had forced him to do. After spending weeks saying that the United States would not send M1 Abrams tanks into the Ukraine, that we would not give them to them, we gave the Ukraine 31 tanks. The problem here is we didn't want to give that to them because it requires American troops to go with those tanks. Because the Ukraine is not capable of maintaining those tanks or training people to use those tanks. They need American soldiers on the ground. Just like in Germany, to use the Leopard 2 tank, it would require German troops on the ground. So Germany forced America to go first, to take the lead, to put their troops first. Germany was manipulating America. And the world watched that manipulation and saw that it was effective. That leads us to where we are now, where, according to ABC News, just on February 18th, Russia was accused of committing crimes against humanity by Vice President Harris. Well, as we have already identified, whenever Kamala Harris goes out and decides to speak for the United States, the very worst outcome always happens. They really need to stop having her speak. She's weak. She's not respected. She engenders the exact opposite reaction of whatever it is she's there to do. And she was there to try to embarrass Russia and Vladimir Putin, to threaten them with a question that is very important. What are you going to do? Threatening Russia, threatening Vladimir Putin, saying that they've committed crimes against humanity, that they will be punished by the world. What do you think they're going to do? Are they going to back down? Are they going to stop? To only be punished further? It was an empty threat that was reiterated by Antony Blinken, as we mentioned today in a tweet. Kamala Harris goes to Munich with empty threats to Russia. Blinken backs her up. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, supports her, as he should, in the administration. Biden then went to Ukraine. He ignored the problem, the emergency, the disaster in Ohio affecting thousands of American citizens. And instead of even visiting that to see what was happening, to somehow give the reassurance to the American people that he had a plan, that they would be taken care of, even as his administration had already been accused of undermining these people, of ignoring their plight, of throwing them to the wayside, instead of reassuring the American people and adding confidence, he went to the Ukraine to support the Ukraine efforts, to give Ukraine more money, to shore up that political effort. Why would Joe Biden go to the Ukraine instead of to a disaster site in the United States? A disaster site that his administration had been negatively attacked for, that they were being beat up in the news media, and American people had lost faith, were losing faith actively by day because of the response. Why wouldn't he go and reassure the American people? Because he's weak. Because it was politically disadvantageous. Once again,
no soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass. flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful flight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and today is March 8th. It is currently 5:46. We're right on time, and we're back from our break. I hope you've enjoyed the first half of the show. The second half, well, it'll be interesting because we have some breaking news. Now, this is news that just started coming out. I want to share that with you guys. Please do leave your comments, whether you agree, you disagree, however you might feel. So news is just coming around, and this is a consequence of the war with Iran. And it's something that was kind of expected, but I think it may surprise a few people. We've learned now that Britain, the Great Britain, only has enough liquid natural gas. That's it. LNG, liquid natural gas, I can't even say anything. Liquid natural gas, enough for 2 more days. Normally they have about a supply of 12 days in storage. They don't at this time. Don't really know why, but that means that Great Britain is a little bit of a problem now that supplies have been bottled up by the Strait of Hormuz and Iran and the war that is ongoing. Great Britain is one of many people who are facing this kind of a problem. And obviously, if Keir Starmer had decided to work with the United States, to work with Donald Trump, rather than to sit on the sidelines because he has Trump derangement syndrome, rather than saying orange man bad, he might have been able to make a deal with the United States to get liquid natural gas. I mean, who's one of the biggest suppliers of liquid natural gas? Well, there's 2 of them. There's Russia and the United States. Obviously, Russia is in a war with the Ukraine, and the United Kingdom, like Germany, like France, like much of Europe, they don't want to help Russia, even though they have been, by buying even more liquid natural gas because of the conflict with Iran. So instead, they're not sure where they're going to get the fuel that they need for their people, their businesses, for their nation. Again, if you've been working with the United States, I'm pretty sure that you might have been able to have already worked out a deal with the United States, with Donald Trump, to have provisions already on the way over to England to make sure that they would have more than just a 2-day supply. As such, they do not, and the price of oil is going up. The price of liquid natural gas is going up, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But yeah, at this moment, Britain has kind of screwed itself because Keir Starmer wanted to stand on the sidelines. He wanted to avoid this if he could, and there are consequences because not making a decision is the same as making a decision. There is always a consequence. So now that Britain has that problem, let's go to the next thing. It is now being estimated, according to Goldman Sachs, and this is being reported by The Guardian right now, that oil prices will reach $100 per barrel by the end of the week. Currently, they're at about $94 trading as of right now. They had started last week before the war, in 2026, at the beginning of the year. Oil was around $60 per barrel. And we did see that the Middle East overall, OPEC, were considering trying to reduce the amount of oil that would be available for the world so that the price of oil would go up higher. This is a normal thing. We see this happen a lot, where they'll constrict the supply to increase the price. But then the war started. And with that increase, we saw that oil prices did jump substantially per barrel. We went from in the 60s to about $94 dollars per barrel at this moment. According to Goldman Sachs, in their estimate, there's only going to be about 15%, the amount of oil that will be coming from the Middle East, not just Iran, but from the Middle East in total, will be only about 10 to 15% of the amount of oil naturally flowing through there. This is a substantial decrease. This is more than what we saw when Russia started the war with the Ukraine. It's about the same amount as at the peak of that shortage that we're going to see happening now. This is going to be substantial. The problem isn't as much Iran itself. It's not that Iran is no longer pumping oil and therefore there's less oil to be distributed around the world. The problem is that because the oil from the Middle East generally has to go through the Strait of Hormuz into the Red Sea and out into the rest of the world, that's being restricted. We know that Iran has threatened to mine the Strait of Hormuz, an area that's about 3 miles wide. We're talking about slightly more than the Grand Canyon is the space that is available for ships, for tankers filled with oil, food, and other commodities to get through. And at that 3-mile width, that mark, that is surrounded by Iranian soil. Iran has missiles and other defenses along the coastline. They have the capability to cause a great deal of damage to many of the ships. So it's restricting how many oil tankers are getting through, how many any kind of shipping containers are getting through that narrow strip and out to the rest of the world. It has been greatly reduced because of the war. Now, this is something that was expected. And of course, the war doesn't last only a day or two. It does take a while. Even with Donald Trump saying it'll be over in 3 to 4 weeks, most of the world is expecting it's going to take longer. It's going to take 3 to 6 months at the fastest, not the very optimistic approach by Donald Trump. He could prove us wrong. I don't think that he will. I think that you will see some sporadic fighting continuing. Even if the Iranian government were to give up tomorrow, it would not be enough. And Donald Trump is asking for unconditional surrender from the Ayatollah and his mullahs, the theological leaders of Iran. That is unlikely at this point. We will very likely see that the people of Iran will riot, and there may be a second government that will rise up and take over, which is something that is wanted by the world. The world wants that to be the result. Why isn't Donald Trump accepting the conditional surrender from Iran? Because that would support the newest Ayatollah, that would support and continue the dictatorship, the fanatical government would continue to exist. It would still be able to poison its women, to kill those who oppose them, that complain about anything. They would still be in power. And eventually they would rise up and there would be more global terrorism once again. That's a problem. That's a problem that cannot be allowed. And that's the position that Donald Trump has taken, the United States has taken, supported by Israel, supported by many countries, including Australia and Canada. Many countries agree. We cannot continue to see the global terror coming from Iran as it has been. That means it cannot have a conditional surrender. It means that we cannot allow the Ayatollah and his regime to continue to exist. That means that oil prices will go higher, because until the United States is able to effectively restrict and free the Strait of Hormuz, that we take control of that coastline, until we are able to do that, oil will not be able to flow freely into the rest of the world. There is a backlog. Prices will go up. What does that mean for people in the United States and around the world? Gas for your cars will go higher. Petroleum, liquid gas, all of the products that come from oil will all go higher. It is expected, and it is being stated by Goldman Sachs, that we could see the price of oil continue to go higher to reach a peak of about $150 a barrel. Now, previously, the peak had been reached in 2008 under the Obama administration, just prior to the Obama administration. During the recession, it reached a peak of $145 per barrel. Under the Biden administration in 2022, when we had the peak of pretty much the peak of inflation in America, we were at 22% inflation under the Biden-Harris economy. We had the Inflation Reduction Act and those policies in place. We saw America reach 22% inflation. We believe that we were in a recession. Every other country, every other first world nation were in a recession in 2022. The Biden administration changed the definition of what is a recession, and therefore did not claim that America was in a recession, even though all the economic data said we were. We had 22, and as a result, we had 22% inflation, which would then reduce down to about 17% inflation when we saw Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lose the 2024 election. Donald Trump came in, and inflation is 3%. That will increase. That is going to increase. Do I believe that we're going to see $150 a barrel for oil? I don't think so. But I do believe that we will approach the highs found under the Biden-Harris administration because of the problem with the Strait of Hormuz. Again, not because of Iran, but because their control of the pathway, the route of all the oil to travel. This is going to mean that prices are going to go up somewhat substantially. Now, what we have seen in the United States already is that oil is currently at about $3.45 a share. Now, that is a substantial increase over the last week or two. Let's see. We saw that a year ago under the Trump administration. At this time, we saw that oil had dropped to $3 and just under $3.10 a barrel. Approximately a month ago, we had oil, which was increasing, was at about $2.89, almost $2.90 a barrel. We then went to, per gallon. A week ago, it was $2.94. So throughout the week, we have seen an increase in the price of oil. And now we're at $3.45. But at the peak, in June 14th of 2022, when America officially went into a recession that was then redefined as not being a recession, we saw that we reached a peak of $5 and about 2 cents per gallon for oil in the United States. Other countries are substantially more expensive than the United States is. So what we're talking about is that by the end of next week, it is possible that we could see the price of gas in America reaching about a $5 mark, easily above $4.50, and definitely approaching that $5 price. Potentially, if Goldman Sachs is correct, over the next 2 to 3 weeks, we could see that oil will get to 150. We could see the price of oil exceeding $5.02 a gallon. Now, here's the question. The United States now has control over oil, leaving Venezuela, one of the largest exporters of oil in the world. That's something we did not have available to us in 2022. In addition, Joe Biden in 2022 was using the U.S. oil reserve to reduce the price of oil because he had a midterm election to try and protect. And so he was injecting U.S. reserve, our backup oil, to try and just bring down the prices. He was playing the markets and he was manipulating the markets. But because of that, we have not rebuilt our reserve stockpiles. So there is less opportunity for Donald Trump at a time of war to try and do that same trick. But we have Venezuela instead. And the oil that could have been going and was previously going to China, oil that was previously going to Cuba, is now available to come into the United States. Would that be enough to moderate and keep prices down in the United States, if not the rest of the world? I think the answer to that, and what we can expect over the next 2 weeks, is oil in the $4.25 to roughly about $4.25 per gallon. And I think that at that point, that's going to be our moderated point because of the inflow of oil coming from Venezuela and also the United States production capabilities by itself. That will help moderate the U.S. oil prices. Now, the cost per barrel probably will reach $100 to $115 by next week and a half. That's probably where we're going to see the rest of the world dealing with, which will be inflationary, and we will see a spike in inflation globally as well as here in the United States. We could see inflation go to about 5%. This will have an impact on everyone. Again, this is a short-term impact. This is only because it's not that there's a shortage of oil, it's that there's a restriction in the oil that can get to the rest of the world. I think this is part of the reason why so many countries are against Iran at this time, why the Middle East in part is against Iran. Besides the division in religion, it's the fact that this is money for OPEC and the OPEC nations. None of them are able to make money because all the oil they would normally be selling is going to be restricted by Iran. Therefore, they need that Strait of Hormuz to be freed so that they can sell their oil. So I expect that we could see more countries. We could see Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and others actually join into the fight with the United States, with Israel, to fight against Iran, probably seeing Saudi Arabia and or the Arab Emirates, as well as the Kurds, which we're talking that's Syria, the northeastern portion of Syria. The Kurds have already put ground forces into Iran. We could see ground forces coming in from Syria and also the UAE. Now, that could extend the war to about 6 months to a year, but that would not require U.S. Further input from the United States. We don't need to put boots on the ground, especially if Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern nations are doing so for us. It gets complicated. It gets complicated kind of quick. But I want people to be aware, and so this, you should have been budgeting. If you didn't realize that a war in the Middle East would mean higher oil prices and higher gasoline prices, I don't know what you were thinking. And we've seen that creeping up over the last week. We are going to see that continue to increase. And now that I saw that article, I wanted to make sure people knew it's also going to affect liquid natural gas. It could in fact also affect propane prices. So regardless of the energy source, we're going to see that go up. This only emphasizes the need for the United States to have nuclear energy as a component to allow us to take some of the pressure and some of the price pressure off of gasoline itself to allow Americans to have an alternative, because green energy is not the solution. And this is yet again proof that green energy is not the solution to the energy needs of the United States or anywhere else in the world. It is unreliable. For the last 15 years, we have seen an explosion in the amount of green energy, renewable energy resources that have been dedicated not only in the United States, but across the globe. And it isn't enough. It does not make enough energy to support any nation in the world. We need more. And we need oil and gas to be able to fill that gap. Until we build more nuclear power plants, that is the only answer. So short term, because it will take 2 to 5 years to build nuclear plants, even if you want to go with the green energy option, which is solar panels and wind turbines, which would take enormous amounts of them, that's going to take 18 months to 2.5 years. So no matter what we do, it will not be in time to reduce the cost of gas and oil in America over the next 6 months. Expect that, plan for that, pay for that. I know that, and Hal did mention, and I do want to put that up there. So Hal mentions, but Mike, that's not oil. No, gasoline isn't oil. Gasoline is a byproduct of oil. And if the oil is not available, it cannot be processed, which means that the price of gasoline goes up as well. It is proportionate. If there's less oil available to be processed, to be turned into kerosene and propane and gasoline, there's less of it, the price will go up. So regardless of the fact that we're not talking about directly having more gasoline from the Strait of Hormuz, we're talking about oil, it's still the same thing. They work hand in hand. If you don't have the oil, you can't have the gasoline. So it works hand in hand. I hope that makes it clear. I thought it was understood, and I could be wrong. Hal mentions, if Hal wasn't sure about it, I imagine others wouldn't be. But that's the reason why gasoline goes up when oil goes up. Oil is the source, the base. Gasoline is the byproduct. That's the thing that we refine and are able to build. In fact, the United States needs to rebuild our refineries to be able to process domestically more oil into gasoline for our own nation. We're not doing it. We lost two refineries since 2018, as I recall. And we need to rebuild them, and we need more of them, probably about 5 refineries for the United States alone to be more self-sufficient. But again, this entire process takes about 2 to 3 years. So even if we were to start that process tomorrow, we will not have it in time. So we are looking at prices going higher. How corrects? Oh, Hal says no. You were saying that the price of oil is $3. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Thank you for the correction, Hal. No, if I mentioned when I was showing the price of gasoline currently in the United States, and I mentioned that it was oil, I stand corrected. You're right, Hal. That is not correct. I'm wrong. I misstated my statement. I'm confusing, and I was mentioning oil when I meant gasoline, and I apologize if I said that. I'm trying to get both of those concepts and the full concept out to you guys. And if I incorrectly said oil when I'm showing the price of gasoline, and I meant to be talking about gasoline, I stand corrected. Again, we're looking at oil going close to, and I would say in the $125 per barrel range over the next 2 weeks. Goldman Sachs would say it's going to hit $150, which would be an all-time high, which I don't think we will see. But again, it's all because of supply being unavailable, not that it's not production. It's not being, the oil is being put in tankers. The tankers just can't get out. So And that's something that we should be worried about with the Houthis out of Yemen, who they obviously will be attacking our tankers and all of the tankers and all the cargo containers coming through the Red Sea. So that will be another problem. But I did want to mention that. Thank you for the correction, Hal. I appreciate that. I don't always get everything perfect. I love that my audience will correct me when I get something wrong. I thank you for that. Okay. When we had left earlier, before we had the break, I did promise that I would be talking a little bit about Jasmine Crockett, some of the elections in the United States. Jasmine Crockett lost her election. Who is shocked? Not me. As you know, and as I said in some shorts earlier in the week, Jasmine Crockett was predicted by me on this channel in September and again in December of 2025 that she was going to lose, that she is a minstrel. And for those who are not Black, that is an insult. It is a reference to, it's a very old insult towards Black people about minstrel shows. You can look that up for yourself. You'll see what I mean. But Jasmine Crockett played a ghetto fabulous character. That isn't who she is. She is a lawyer with a decent degree. She's been recorded as being very intelligent when she speaks, when she wants to be. But when she is on the national stage, when she knows that she's speaking to a national audience, she plays up the ghetto fabulous talk and the manner of speaking. And we see that, and we've seen that very much from her. And she was using that caricature of her, of Black people in America, that ghetto fabulous mentality. She was using that because she believed that that would gain her votes not only within her district, which was in Dallas, but also throughout all of Texas, and to gain favor from Black Americans all across the nation. She was wrong. She was very wrong, because ghetto fabulous isn't fabulous. And most people who live in the ghetto don't want to be in the ghetto. And having someone who is ghetto in Congress is ineffective, inefficient, is repulsive. In fact, I find it repugnant. And so, as such, and looking at our nation, I said in September and in December that this would not work, that most Black voters, whether in Texas or anywhere else in America, would reject her entirely and that she would lose. Now, she didn't lose by a huge margin, but she did in fact lose. And her answer on why did she lose? Well, it's because she's a Black woman. Racism. That's the answer. Racism and cheating by Republicans in the Democratic primary. Now, let's deal with these two things because this is so stupid. Jasmine Crockett is truly trying to race bait and to just assume that people aren't paying attention to any detail whatsoever. She's trying to maintain any semblance of a political career going forward, which I believe she has none. She will no longer have any political power going forward. This is the end of her career. It was short, but not short enough. Now, her original statement is that, well, it's because of racism. And she accused her fellow Democrat, who happens to be white, James Tallarico, that he showed images of Jasmine Crockett commercials that made her darker than she actually is. Now, for people who don't know, if you're not Black in America, Black American, you may not be aware that there is a color divide within Black culture. Lighter-skinned individuals are treated very differently in Black culture than those with darker skin. And it is often considered, there is a prejudice against lighter-skinned Black people in America from other Black people. That is a reality. That's true. That exists. So, according to Jasmine Crockett, by James Tallarico, or or PACs on his side by making her 2 or 3 shades darker skinned. Well, that made her unappealing to lighter skinned blacks in Texas that were voting, and therefore she lost the election. That is a hollow, stupid argument. I don't see anyone being able to agree with that. Not even the big fat one from Georgia. What's her name? I forget her name at the moment. We have many dark skinned women who are in Congress. Well, maybe not many, but that is not unusual. Maxine Waters, as a great example, is a darker skinned black woman who has been in Congress for about as long as Jasmine Crockett has been alive. We have James Clyburn. He is a darker skinned member of Congress. We've had many, many members of Congress who are black that are dark skinned. That is not unusual. That is not something that has been, even if you want to say, well, dark skinned black people won't vote for someone who's light skinned, that's not real. That's not a true argument. That is race baiting, and that's racism. That's what it is. And Jasmine Crockett is showing her racism against white people and against other black people, trying to give any excuse why she should be maintaining power. And sadly, there are people who agree. I don't know. There have been several comments that have been directed at me for saying, I told you Jasmine Crockett will lose because she's unqualified. She's incapable of doing the job. And because she's playing a caricature and not actually someone who represents anyone in America. And because I said that, people would say, well, you just hate black women. No, I don't. And they say, oh, but you hate dark-skinned or light-skinned black women. They can't really make up their mind. That's ridiculous. And I have over almost 3,000 videos that I have done over the last 20 years, plus another 2,300 articles that I have written in the last 20 years that would counter that. Please show me where I said something that wasn't true about Jasmine Crockett or any other black elected official or candidate. Please show me that. Is Jasmine Crockett a caricature, and is she a minstrel? She is. By her own words, she's ghetto because she's keeping it real and being real with other black people. No, you're just being a caricature. You're just raising money based on how ghetto you are. And very often, white donors who are guilt-tripped into, well, she's black and she's ghetto, we've got to give her money. And she got money for that. A lot of money for that. And it's kind of sad that she did. But listening to her speak when she's not in front of a camera, running for a congressional office, running and getting donations, and listening to her speak, like when she's in a courtroom, she doesn't speak like she did on camera running for office. She knows better. She's more intelligent. She's playing a game, a manipulation of black people based on the race card. I don't blame James Tallarico. I don't blame his PAC. If they made her 2 or 3 shades darker, is that really a big deal? I don't think so. I don't think that's important. I've been on programs based on the lighting that they may have, based on whether it's a sunny day, whether it's the summer or the winter. I may occasionally look darker skinned than I am at any given moment, or I might be lighter skinned. It's the winter. I'm indoors more. I'm lighter skinned than I would be in the summer. That's just a fact. Depending on how the camera, the equipment that they're using, doesn't mean that they necessarily were trying to make Jasmine Crockett look blacker than she is. Might have been just video from when she was in the summer and she was outdoors more. That's as simple as it could be. But the claim itself is meant simply to gin up the race card, whether against Democrats and or Republicans, to guilt trip people, both black and white, to vote for her, to feel sympathy for her, to keep her in power. I am happy to see that she did not win and that she won't have any power. And I expect that she will never have any influence in national politics going forward. Maybe locally, not nationally. And that's a good thing for America. Let me further say that her claim that Republicans manipulated, rigged the Democratic primary election is ludicrous. It's absolutely a joke. Look, first of all, Jasmine, if you didn't know, excuse me, in case you didn't know, Jasmine Crockett, Republicans wanted you to run. They wanted you to be the choice of Democrats to go against Cornyn or any other Republican. We wanted that. That's an easy win. We thought that it would be the best choice possible. So Republicans, if anything, if we had the power, which we don't, to be able to rig a Democratic primary, we would have done it in your favor because you're the weaker candidate. You're easier to beat. It's just really simple. That's just the fact. We would have raised more money and had an easier time to beat you than James Tallarico, factually. But somehow she wants other people, and she's trying again to manipulate people who aren't familiar with the facts to try and have sympathy for her, to give her money and power, which she does not deserve. Republicans do not have the power to rig an election. That's not something that, besides the fact that it's not something Republicans do, that is something that we have seen Democrats do. You need only look at Georgia and what's happening there with Fulton County, and you can see Democrats are more than happy to rig elections or to otherwise manipulate them, and Republicans don't. It's just that simple. And it's the same person who has been telling us that we don't need voter ID in an election. Jasmine Crockett hates, like the rest of their Democratic Party, hates voter ID, which would secure elections. And she's saying that's a terrible idea. And at the same time saying the same people who want voter ID to make sure our elections are even more secure is the same person that's telling us that Republicans rigged the election. It makes no sense. The mental gymnastics don't connect. But I will say this, if people want to call me a racist because I don't support any this or that particular black candidate or elected official, I will tell you that where does it say, where is it written into law that black people have to support every black person in every position everywhere, especially if they're a Democrat? Where is that? I don't hear that same argument when I say that Tim Scott, Senator Tim Scott, who happens to be a black man, I think he does a great job. He should be reelected. I don't hear the Democrats come out and say, well, Mike, you've got to vote black. He's a black guy. You got to vote for him no matter what. They don't say that. I don't see Democrats going opposing Tim Scott saying, well, you don't have to vote for him because even though he's black, and by the way, to Jasmine Crockett, he's dark-skinned black. Even though he's dark-skinned black, black people don't have to vote for him this time. You only have to vote for black Democrats, not black Republicans. Well, that's stupid. That's racism. If that's the mentality of Democrats, that's racism. That's stupid. I just want to clear that up. Does anyone have any confusion about this now? It's not about whether a candidate is black or white to me. It may be to others. It's not to me. It's about, are they qualified? Are they the most effective, efficient, and qualified person for the job? I have said that about white people, black people, Asians, Hispanics, you name it. If you're an American, the only thing I care about when you're in politics is, are you the best person for the job? Period. Full stop. Done. If you aren't, I don't want to elect it. If you are, fantastic. I hope you win. It's that simple. And Jasmine, if you didn't understand, people look at you like a joke. You are politically a joke, a race card walking around in human skin. That's what you have presented yourself as, and that is why you lost. Period. Full stop. It's that simple. I hope that answers that question for a lot of people. Some people can't figure it out. Speaking of that election, let's actually take a look at the numbers because it's just that simple. So Greg Abbott, obviously, this is the Texas primary results. This is as being reported by NPR, okay? So it's not Republican, it's not right wing, this is NPR, left-leaning credible news media. And according to the numbers per NPR, we see Greg Abbott winning with 1.7 million votes with 81% from the Republican primary. Hey, Jasmine, Democrats didn't vote in the Republican primary, in case you didn't understand that. And in the Democrat, the candidate he will be facing is Gina Hinosa. And Ms. Hinosa got 58% with 1.2 million votes. Now, if this were a general election, if looking at this, we can pretty much predict in November, the outcome's pretty much like this. We're looking at 1.7 million votes. We're going to look at a proportion very similar. Greg Abbott most likely will be winning the Texas election for governor of Texas. Greg Abbott's going to win. That's what the numbers seem to indicate at this time, and that's probably what we're going to see. What could affect that? The war with Iran in terms of how many Americans are injured or die, the price of oil, and therefore the price of gasoline in America, inflation. How will that affect Americans between now and November will be one of the deciding factors, but I believe at this moment you will see Greg Abbott win in Texas. Going on, looking at the Senate seats, there is a Republican primary and a Democrat primary. Jasmine, there's two different primaries. Republicans vote in Republican, Democrats vote in Democrat. It's that simple. Looking at the Democrat, we had about 2.2 million, 2.3 million votes come out. Jasmine Crockett got 46% with just over a million votes. James Tallarico got 1.2 million votes. Jasmine, he got more votes, period. Full stop, done. It's that simple. And not by a small margin. He got 52%. He not only got the vote, he also got the majority of votes. Otherwise, you would have had a runoff. If it was close, you'd be in a runout right now. But he got the majority of votes. That's why you lost. It's that simple, Jasmine. He got 1.2 million. Now, it does mean that there is going to be a runoff between Ken Paxton and John Cornyn for the Republican Senate seat in Texas. This is interesting. Now, combined, we're looking at about 1.7 million votes in the Republicans between John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. That compares to 1.2 million votes for James Tallarico by himself. So assuming that there was only one leading Republican, you would have seen about 1.7 versus 1.2. Essentially the same kind of result as we see for the governor's race, which means you would tend to expect that the Republican is going to win in Texas versus James Tallarico for the Senate race. It's not clear. Most polling says that Ken Paxton has a slightly better chance to win. James Cornyn is the incumbent. Ken Paxton is the challenger. It is possible that Paxton can win, although current odds that I've seen are saying that Cornyn has the edge and should win in a primary, in the final primary, the runoff between him and Paxton. So Cornyn probably will maintain his seat in the Senate, or rather, he'll maintain the lead in the Republican primary and then go in November to face off against James Tallarico. As popular as Tallarico is with the left, pretending to be a moderate, which he is not, then it'll be close, but I believe that Paxton definitely would win. And I would say he would win by about 5 points. But if it's going to be James Cornyn, he is more likely to have an ebb and flow matching what's happening with the Trump administration and with the approval or disapproval of Donald Trump. Cornyn is more attached to the Trump administration, and therefore his win or loss is going to be more attached to the presidential approval in November, which is very much dependent on how has the war performed, how high is inflation, is it very short term, or if it increases. That's going to be very important. If we do see a short term war over the next 3 months and it's over for the United States at the least, there may be fighting after the United States declares that we are done. That may be Saudi Arabia, that may be the Kurds coming in from Syria, but that may not have to deal with the United States. We may not be involved at that point. That would not hurt the Trump administration. And in fact, that would probably be a benefit because we don't have troops on the ground with a 3-way, 4-way war. That could be very good for America to not be in that. So whether the war actually ends in Iran at all is immaterial. It's whether the United States is still involved in that war. As long as the Strait of Hormuz is clear and the United States has no boots on the ground, I believe that we see the advantage still remains with Republicans overall in the 2026 midterms. Not everyone will agree with that. But again, these are very unique conditions and it's very different. Oh, wait a minute. We just got a comment from Hal. Thank you, Hal, for the update. Hal says, oil just jumped approximately 20% while what? So you're telling me that the price of oil right now is $106? Let me check that. Hal, what is the source that you're getting that information? Let me see. Are you looking at Brent crude? What oil are you looking at? Oh, never mind. So thank you, Hal, for the update. To, again, breaking news, to further update, while we were talking, we have seen, now this is the New York, Mexico. These are crude futures. We see that it's currently 106. Wow. Morgan Stanley may be more correct than I thought they would be. We're seeing an increase even faster than what Morgan Stanley is saying. Some of this is speculation buying. There are some people who saw the announcement from Morgan Stanley, betting that oil will go higher. They're buying the futures. They're playing the emotion of the market. The emotion of the market is, the price is going to go higher, so let me buy in now since it's going to go and hopefully break through from the buy and sell. The hope is, it'll break $150. I bought it at 106. I'm still going to walk away with about, $42 per share. That would be about a 35%, 40% gain short term. That's a bonus. That's called arbitrage. We see that a lot. Commodity arbitrage. People, not arbitrage, not exactly, but it's almost like day trading. Think of it like that. And so there are futures traders that are doing essentially day trading with the price of oil. Now it's 107. Oh my God. This price may not hold on Monday, but we are seeing the futures are going higher. Folks, your gas prices are going to go higher. We know that they're at about $3.45. We could see a jump to, and again, I say $4, $4.25 a gallon for gasoline by next week. Not this week, but by next week, we probably will see that. I think this is more 108. A lot of speculation buying. If you're buying on speculation, if you're trying to day trade oil prices, and some people will do that, be very, very careful. These prices change very quickly. And while the price is going up right now, when the markets are closed, it would be all you need for the price to come back down is the Strait of Hormuz to be cleared. If the United States were to put in a couple of minesweepers to make sure there are no mines, and if the American and Israeli Air Force were able to keep the coast of Iran clear of any missile launchers, you could probably get through 20-30% of oil production would be able to get through the Strait of Hormuz. These prices would drop on that news instantly. That's all you need. So if you are speculating, and some people will speculate, be very careful, because all it takes is one news announcement and you could see a drop in the price of $20-$30 per gallon of, per barrel of oil. So keep that in mind. Don't speculate without having some knowledge of how these things trade, and be very aware of the high risk based on news that changes minute by minute. Some of that news that is changing, and Hal also mentioned it. Thank you. I love my audience. They're so in tune with what is happening while I'm doing the show. So I can't watch the news updates as I'm talking to you. And Hal mentions that the United States has lost another member. We have lost 7 people in this war at this moment. And I am sorry to hear that. Let me see if I can find the news on that. I'm just checking for the news. So I see the news of the 6 Americans. I don't see the 7th person. No, there it is. I found it. Yes. So this is just now breaking. I see it from the Pentagon. This is from being reported by the New York Times. And they have announced that there is a 7th person who has died in the war with Iran. Service member killed was not publicly identified at this time. Central Command said the death was caused by injuries after an Iranian attack against a Saudi military base. So this is Iran attacking our bases in the region, although Iran had also promised that they would not continue bombing any of the Middle Eastern nations that are neighbors to it. That seems to be incorrect. They seem to still be willing to bomb their neighbors' countries, in particular for American bases. As I said, this war is not going to end in just a month. We will see continued fighting. We will see more Americans die. It is a war. So that is something, thank God it's only 7 at this time, which is still a lot. And I feel very bad. I do feel bad, and I am sorry to hear of this. And I know there are families today who are in deep tears. I understand war costs lives, and every life does matter. Sadly, because it is war, we know that there will be more. Hopefully, and I would pray that there won't be any more, that every American is able to survive. No more casualties for America. I would love that. No more casualties for civilians in any country and that's involved in this war. That it's only military personnel and only restricted to the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, who are the terrorists, the key component of terrorism under the Ayatollah in the world. I'd love it to all injuries, all the casualties, all the deaths to be only those guys. I would love that. That's not the reality. But I do want people to know that this is what is happening at this time. Yeah, that is the reality of what we are dealing with. Thank you, Hal, for giving me those updates. They are important. So I was talking about Texas. I do believe that we're going to see Republicans maintain the hold over the Senate. And I do think that's going to be true going forward. In fact, do I have it here? In fact, if we're looking at the Cook report, if we're looking at the 2026 House ratings and we're looking over the numbers, I believe that at this moment, which is pretty much historical, Democrats are about +2 seats. We could see Democrats come in with about 220 seats in total. That is assuming that solid Democrats, likely Democrat wins, and meaning Democrat in the House. Under all of those conditions, assuming that and half of the toss-up states, Democrats would have a total of 220 seats in the House of Representatives. That would give them the majority. They would have control over the Congress, whereas in the Senate, I believe that we will see about 51 Republicans, possibly 52. So the majority will be with the Republican Party, and that may include John Fetterman switching parties. I would not be surprised if we would see John Fetterman by the end of this year as a Republican because the Democrats want to kick him out. But I think John Fetterman wins. I think we will see that race stay Republican. The Senate will stay Republican, and that means that most of the power of Donald Trump going after the midterms will still be with him, although he is still a lame duck president. I'm making some predictions here in the middle of the show, so you get that. And honestly, it's quite possible, because at this moment, looking at the job approval, this is from Real Clear Politics. I don't look at individual polls. I look at the aggregate, the trend of what we have seen. And if we're looking at the trend, while it does appear, and it is, that there is more disapproval of Donald Trump than approval, which is normal for Donald Trump and given for this situation, he currently has 43% approval. If we're looking historically, that would put him still above about 50% of the time of the Biden administration. Joe Biden was under 43% approval about half the time of his office. And this puts us right in the middle of the approval rating of Donald Trump as the 45th president of the United States. So it's about average. Nothing has really changed for Donald Trump. Short term, it looks like things have gotten a little bit worse, but at this moment, he's averaging about normal, if not slightly above his normal approval. That's good for Republicans in the 2026 midterm election. That is in part because of the State of the Union in 2026, where Democrats affirmed they don't care about constituents. They don't care about American citizens. They sat, when asked that question, they sat down and said, no, they don't care. And I think every single Republican ad will be featuring that moment in our State of the Union, and they will be challenging Democrats to prove otherwise. And I don't think Democrats can. So we're going to see that in the election. And again, unless there are large numbers of death, if we see over 100, between 100 and 1,000, somewhere in there, between 100 and 1,000 Americans dying in the war, if it were to be assuming it's a 6-month war, somewhere in that range, we would see the American public, their approval rating, turn absolutely negative. And I think that number is closer to 500 than I think it is to 1,000, but definitely higher than 100. But somewhere in that range, there is a tipping point for the public opinion in this war. At this moment, most Americans are concerned, but not overly concerned. They haven't seen the impact. They haven't gotten negative. We're going to see some more negatives. We're going to see Donald Trump dip down a little bit lower. I don't know that that transfers to the 2026 midterm elections or to the governor elections. I don't know that that's going to carry over because especially for the governors, it's more about that individual. Like Kathy Hochul will not benefit from Donald Trump being seen as negative. New York State in general is a blue state. They already negatively look at Donald Trump. That's not going to improve the chances for Kathy Hochul. So, in giving it that mentality, I don't think the governor races are really affected by this. I think that we may see one or two more House seats change depending on how many Americans die, how long this Iran war continues. That's my opinion at this moment. Pretty much the only other thing I wanted to talk about for a moment, don't have to focus on it, but was this week we also got to hear from Tim Walz and Keith Ellison in Minnesota trying to excuse and ignore their complicity and their accountability for the Somali fraud of our systems, of our welfare, of our health care, of our children. $9 billion, approximately, almost some estimates go as high as $18 billion of fraud in our Medicare system, in our medical systems, coming from Minnesota, and that fraud is being copied. That style of fraud is something we are seeing in Maine. We're seeing it in California. I believe we see it in New York. It has been identified in Ohio. I think if you look at bluer than blue states, you will see that because of the fear of racism being called out, that many of the governors and many of the systems in those states have allowed payments very similar to what we have seen in Minnesota. I don't know that they're bigger. California, maybe, just because California has a far larger healthcare budget, and so more opportunity for abuse in general. But I don't think most of them will be bigger than what we see in Minnesota. I think the ineptitude, the level of ineptitude in Minnesota stands out and beyond anything else. I don't think that Gavin Newsom, who I think is inept, is as inept or as foolish as Tim Walz. I don't. As much as I think that Gavin Newsom is horrible and he's a failure as a governor, and he will not win in a presidential race, although he may win the Democratic nomination because there's really no one else that can compete with him at this moment. So he might be able to win the nomination, but he loses the election. That's Gavin Newsom. Tim Walz is a whole other level, whole other scale of ineptitude that I really am amazed by. I didn't know that Democrats could screw up this badly. And they did so because racism. Just like Jasmine Crockett, they're waving the race card and saying, how dare you point out that the people, 85% of the people who have committed this fraud are Somalis, whether they're now nationalized or not. These are Somali individuals who have committed this fraud, 85% of it. How dare you mention that fact because that's racist? No, it's a fact. Keith Ellison, Tim Walz, that's a fact. It's not racist. It's the truth. It'd be one thing if there were 5 Somalis and we were blaming it on Somalia. That would be racist. That would be racism. But that's not the case. Out of 95 people, almost 100, we're looking at 85 of them are Somali. To say that this is a Somali problem when all of the individuals involved in this, the people who were targeted to make this fraud happen, were all Somalis and Somali children, yeah, it's a Somali thing. That's not racist. That's just a fact. It's an observation, and it's an accurate observation. But we saw this week that Tim Walz and Keith Ellison were trying to use the race card as a shield to try and protect themselves and to hide from the truth of their failure, their willingness to allow the American people to be abused just so that they could maintain their power base. And this is why I get so upset with Democrats, because they constantly are only worried about their power and their donations. donations that Keith Ellison received for helping Somalis commit the fraud that is affecting everyone in Minnesota and in America. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Because he shouldn't be, if he was actually good at his job, which I don't believe he is, and that's why he's not in Congress anymore. He's not good at his job. And that's why he should be elected out, as well as, like many of the senators, many of the members of Congress, the representatives have stated, he should be in jail. What he has done is commit a crime. He should be disbarred. Keith Ellison should be disbarred, and he should be under charges for criminal conduct as a co-conspirator. As for Tim Walz, I just have to say, in listening to him speak about this, let me show you what I mean. Let's look at one of the clips. Again, this is from C-SPAN. Now, the clip is from one of the audience members watching this. Now, one of the things that's interesting is in this discussion about Somali fraud, healthcare and Medicare fraud, the Democrats brought in a reverend to talk about ICE and mass deportations, her feelings about mass deportations. What does that have to do with the Somali Medicare fraud? I have no idea. But Democrats brought that in. It's one of their witnesses. It's stupid. It has nothing to do with it. It's a distraction because Democrats need to distract from the truth. And the truth is Democrats allowed massive billions of dollars of fraud that could have been used to feed children, to help the homeless, that they could have done a lot of whatever they already say they want to do. We could have done it with that $9 billion. But here's Nancy Mace. And in this clip, I think we will get an example of why America is so lucky that Tim Walz is not our vice president. Besides the fact that obviously Tim Walz can be bribed or cajoled or manipulated to allow corruption to exist. That's what happened in his state. Imagine if he was vice president, merely walking up to him and saying, hey, I'm going to charge you with racism. Give me $1 billion. That's all it would take, apparently. But let's listen to him talk to Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina.
People would be dead, Congresswoman, and I warned you.
Okay, Miss Governor Walz, what is a woman? Have you learned that lesson? Do you know what a woman is?
I'm the governor of Minnesota, Congresswoman.
Do you know what a
I'm not
woman
here
is?
to be your prop for your
Okay,
obsession.
so if you
See, that's the thing that we heard. Tim Walz is putting up the defense. I'm not a prop. This is just a show. Is there billions of dollars of abuse in Minnesota? The answer is yes. Someone is responsible for that. Going by the trail made by Democrats, their whistleblowers, the reports that have been written about by news media and government, that happened while he was governor. He's where the buck stops. He knew that this money was increasing exponentially and did nothing about it, did nothing to stop it. The buck stops with the governor. He's the highest officer in that state. It's his fault. Saying he's not a prop when now mind you, does he know what a woman is? Cheap shot. It's low-hanging fruit. And Nancy Mace is better than this. She is. But it's an easy way to point out what she's about to say. She's making a jab at him on the lowest hanging fruit possible.
can't define what a woman is, you certainly can't define what fraud is. If you can't even define what a woman is, you can't define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017?
Now we get to the serious question. Okay, throw the jibe out. And you may say, oh, well, she's talking about, do you know what a woman is? Well, that's a Democrat line. That's what the Democrats, that's their ideology, that you can't define a woman. We heard that from Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Supreme Court justice. She can't define what a woman is, even though presumably she's a woman, even though she goes, well, I need a biologist to be able to make that determination. That's what we heard during the confirmation. This is something that has been repeated by many, many, many Democrats and the left-leaning activists are saying, well, the definition is unknown or circular. Under the Biden-Harris administration, the definition was changed. What is a woman? The definition under the Biden-Harris administration was changed to the opposite of a man. What the hell does that mean? By the way, the definition of what is a man? Opposite of a woman. Circular logic. That answers nothing. That's not a definition. So it is somewhat fair for Nancy Mace to say, and the illusion is not just that you don't know, that Tim Walz didn't know what he was talking about, but that he is distracting. He is trying to use a circular logic to distract from the facts at hand. And that he's either lying to the public because he does know, or he's ignorant of the truth. And if he's ignorant of the truth, he shouldn't be governor. And that is a problem. And that's what she was really trying to focus on. But now she's gotten to the heart of the matter, which is how much money, how many people.
Define fraud. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2017, Governor?
I don't have those numbers in front of me, Congress.
Okay. He doesn't have the numbers in front of him. That's fair. You know, in 2017, he wasn't governor. Also, that's fair. But he knew he was coming into a congressional hearing specifically about the fraud in his state for Medicare. He knew that. And he will tell you, he was prepared to be able to address that issue and that he takes Congress seriously. So if you're serious and you've prepped for this, you would imagine that you would have the information that I and anyone else who's been following this story for the last 2 months have had, that the news media have blasted and plastered everywhere. The data is available off of Google. You can go to Chat GTP or into Grok or any AI, and you can easily get these numbers. This is data that has been put out there and repeatedly gone over. This isn't hard. And as governor, walking into a congressional hearing talking specifically about this, you would imagine he should have these numbers. I'm not even saying that he has to memorize it. He can walk in with documentation. He can read the stats that have been printed out by his staff for him. He could do that. Let's see how he responds. So he's already said he doesn't have the data in front of him. Let's see what he says.
Did you prepare for this hearing today? Did you
I
do
did.
any preparation
I take
for this hearing
Congress
today?
seriously.
And you've seen the numbers about autism fraud in Minnesota. So we're going to do some Minnesota math with you today, okay? Are you ready? How much?
Remember, he said he takes Congress seriously. Let's look at this and tell me if you think that Tim Walz takes this seriously. Imagine that he is vice president and he's talking to a foreign nation, saying that he prepared for the trade talks, the negotiations between America and some other country. And he says he's prepared. And this is how he responds.
How much money was spent on 2017 for autism in Minnesota? How much?
I don't know. I wasn't the governor.
Okay.
And that prevents, somehow not being governor prevents him from having a number that is available by Chat GPT from any AI in the world. Something that has already been published repeatedly across America. He doesn't know it. You couldn't walk in and your staff couldn't provide you with a sheet with just these numbers that you know you are going to be asked. That is a piss poor excuse. Let's go on.
Did you not just say that you prepared for this hearing today? $1 million, okay? A quick Google search or using your AI could tell you $1 million was spent. How much money was spent on autism in Minnesota in 2024?
I don't have the number in front of me.
How can you not have? He needs the number in front of him. We're talking 2 years ago. He was governor then. He knew he was walking in to talk about this fraud. How could he not have it? This is obviously lying to the public. He is lying to the public, and I would say he's perjuring himself because he knows the number. He knows exactly what it is. He prepped for this, as he just said. He takes Congress seriously, which means he's lying on purpose. And I don't know how Democrats defend him. And if he is this weak, if he's refusing to be accountable to this degree, imagine if he were vice president. Imagine that he had to defend Kamala Harris or America, and he's this weak-willed, this fearful of accountability, that this is the way he would respond. America dodged a bullet. Let's hear this.
Me.
Were you governor in 2024?
I was, but I'm not the
Okay,
head
so
of
your
HHS.
excuse before that you didn't know what 2017 autism numbers were because you were not governor, and today you can't answer the numbers about 2024 as governor, and you still said you prepared for this hearing today. It's unbelievable. $343 million was spent in 2024. What percent increase is that from 1 million to 343 million? What percentage increase is that?
Okay. If you want to say that Nancy Mace is being pedantic, she's overplaying her hand, and she's just beating down on him excessively. That's true. She is. She's embarrassing him and doing so purposefully. I get it. And you could be upset about that. And as a Democrat, you might be upset. Oh, she's trying to embarrass him. She's trying to make him look stupid. She's just treating him like a 5-year-old. Yeah, but also look at what he's already given us. He's not prepared, or either he's not prepared on something that everyone knows about, or he's lying to our face. He deserves to be embarrassed. He deserves to be treated like a 5-year-old, because this isn't about him. This is about Americans' money. It's about our systems. It's about taking care of children. It's about preventing crime. And he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't helped anyone. And denying it now is only political. If Keith Ellison, if Tim Walz were cared about anything besides the power of their party and their future, they would stand up and say, long ago, they would have said, this is screwed up. It's my fault. The leadership of Minnesota comes from the governor on down. You screwed up, Tim Walz. You should have just said, I screwed up. I'm wrong. I'm accountable. Let's fix this. I'll take the blame. I'll take the accountability. Let's fix this. That should have been the answer. Keith Ellison should have said, I completely screwed up. This is crimes that should have been identified, and I didn't identify it. And I shouldn't have taken the money from these guys. And I should have paid attention to the whistleblowers. I screwed up. Let me resign. I resign. Let someone else take this over so that we can address this criminality that has flooded Minnesota. Instead, Keith Ellison is trying to protect himself, and Tim Walz is trying to protect the way Democrats look. And I think this is hurting Democrats in the 2026 midterm elections. I think that were it not for this, if Tim Walz was actually a stand-up guy, which he isn't, and that's because he has false valor. He's already lied about the rank that he had and the service that he fought, that he served in wartime on the field. He's a liar. I have no faith in him at all. But besides the stolen valor, the fact is Tim Walz is here. He is lying to the American people's face. He thinks he's been caught. It is obvious as hell. And here he is continuing to lie, which means Democrats. He's representing the Democratic Party, and every single Democrat. They are willing to lie to your face if it means that they get political advantage, they get political power. And he is just an example. You would imagine that the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, would have been talking to him.
I'm not here to be your prop. Go ahead and tell me.
Over the last month or 2 months, and telling him to resign. Instead, he said, oh, I'm just not going to run for re-election. Resign. That's what he should have done if he has any accountability in his heart. But instead, he's trying to maintain and say, oh, no, I'm a great guy. It's just you Republicans are so mean. Billions of dollars gone. And it's the Republicans' fault. It's Donald Trump's fault. Because he, Tim Walz, allowed the American people to be bilked out of billions of dollars.
Well, are you governor of Minnesota or not?
Yes, I am. I'm
okay,
not.
well,
I'm
when
not
I'm
a prop
governor of
for a
South
member of
Carolina,
Congress.
you can sure as hell bet that I'm going to know the math. The math is 34,200% increase, an increase of 343 times what it was in this time period. Do you know the number of children in Minnesota?
I know that Minnesota ranked as a top 3.
How can a governor who's prepared for a congressional hearing on a subject he knows exactly what it is, how does he not know that? How does he not have that number? That's ridiculous. I don't even think do we need to see more? This is someone who is struggling to try and save his name, who thinks that he might have some kind of political future, and he shouldn't. Now, here's the part about this that really gets me going. Kamala Harris and her team and the DNC knew this. They knew all about this. This isn't new news. Just like we saw earlier in the show, this is one of those items that would embarrass the Democratic Party, so they kept it as local news. They didn't tell anyone. They didn't want you to know. They refused to let the nation hear about this. This is something that was reported in 2018, 2019. Every year since 2018, there have been Democrats in the government who have been warning the public, as well as news media, who have been warning the government of this growing, continuous fraud, this crime. And Tim Walz turned a blind eye. There is no way that the DNC, the National Democratic Committee, no way they didn't know about this. There's no way that the vetting team for Kamala Harris looked at Tim Walz and didn't know that there was this scandal in the background, because it was already existing for years. They knew, and they thought this won't come up during the election. The media will cover this up. They won't ask this question. They won't look at this. And for most of the last couple of months, we have seen, for the last 6 months, we have seen that the news media have tried to downplay this. And it is only through the effort of independent media bringing this up to the American people. That's the only reason why we're talking about this today. The national news media did not want to talk about this. The national news media tried to hide this from you. Tim Walz tried to laugh this off as just being a Republican kind of thing. It isn't. This is why our country is $39 trillion in debt. This is the reason why people have apathy when it comes to elections. This is the reason. Tim Walz is one of the examples of why people are looking at the parties and going, I don't trust government. I don't trust the party system. They have failed. They are complete and abject failures. And I can't blame anyone. I can't blame people. What I do blame are Democrats that continue to donate and support and contact and say, how could you pick on this man? How can you're just a Republican. Oh, you just don't get it. The facts are the facts. And he is hiding them. Of course, he knows how many children are in the state of Minnesota that he's the governor of. He knows the number. He just doesn't want to tell you. He knows what's happening here. He knows how much of the scam is, how much this fraud is. He knows the number. He doesn't want to tell you. Keith Ellison knows the crimes that have been committed. He doesn't want to tell you. They're protecting their party. And if they're more concerned about the party, and the party is more than happy to let them cover up for the party, to fall on their sword, to protect the party, then we have a system that is completely broken. I'm not saying that Republicans wouldn't do the same. They're not. Some of them would, but we're nowhere near like this. We're not seeing anything like this in any red state. We're not seeing this kind of absurdity in the Republican Party. I'm not telling you there's not any. I'm not telling you there aren't bad Republicans out there. I'm just telling you it's nothing like this. We may have an equivalent to Al Green. By the way, I left that out. Al Green, Texas, the guy who's at the State of the Union getting kicked out because he's waving his cane and using obscenities. Yeah, he got replaced. He's gone. He's no longer going to be in Congress. Bye-bye. But these are the reasons why our country is in a vortex. We're falling apart. This is one of the reasons. Not the reason, but one of the reasons. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It should not be the case. All right. So I've said that. I want to take a look at the price of, where's the price of oil? Did it go up again? No. So it backed down again. It's down to about 108. So, and down again. See, it's back down to 106. So we're seeing this volatility. Again, just because Morgan Stanley came out with their target for 150, which I don't think it will hit, America isn't in the same position. We don't have 22% inflation ongoing as we did under the Biden administration. We're not in the same kind of recession as we were in 2008, whether you want to blame, that would be under G.W. Bush. But even though the cause came from 1987. But again, subprime housing, that bubble burst under G.W. Bush. We were in a recession, and that's why we hit that all-time peak of $145. Do I think it will hit 150? I don't. America is not in the same problematic situation as it was. This is all emotion. And markets move based on emotion. If they think there's a problem, prices skyrocket. If they think everything is fine, prices drop. That's it. This is the emotion, not the fact. Stocks and commodities move on emotion, and then they correct on fact. And we will see this correct. But it is going to be volatile. It's going to bounce up. A bunch of people saw that initial, it's starting to rise. It was at $94, and a bunch of people jumped in, and they said, oh my God, it's running now. Go and buy now. And now it's coming back. It will go back up. Keep that in mind, folks, because I know there are people who are looking at this going, I can day trade that. Be very careful. Be very careful. All right. That being said, we've covered a lot of issues today, back and forth. And I'm happy to answer questions. And I thank, again, Hal for letting me get some updates while we're live talking about these issues to make sure that you are as well informed as can be, so that I can provide you as much information as can be so that you can make whatever decisions you want. I believe my prediction for 2026 at this moment, if you ask me before the State of the Union, I thought that Democrats would win the 2026 midterm elections by about 3 seats in the House, and that there was a good chance that Democrats would have won the Senate by 1 seat, 51 seats. Now, if you ask me after the State of the Union, which I thought was devastating for Democrats, when Democrats decided to sit down based on the purpose of government to protect the American people, that alone told me Democrats don't care. And I think it told that to most of America. Americans that were watching that, regardless of whether you're a Democrat, you're a libertarian, conservative, I think everyone looked at that and had pretty much everyone had the same reaction, that Democrats don't care. They're only worried about power. And that would cost them the election. And I instantly thought, well, that just shifted the entire game. all of a sudden we're looking at, no, Democrats are going to lose the 2026 midterms. Not only will Republicans keep the majority in the House and in the Senate, they probably would increase it by 2 or 3 seats. Not a lot, but about 2 or 3 seats. That there would be a landslide. This would be almost supermajority territory in terms of the momentum for Republicans versus Democrats after the State of the Union. And then we started a war. And then we started a war. And that has changed my position yet again. And I don't like to flip-flop, but these are major events. These are serious situations. And I have to say right now, and I think the reality is, looking at the end of the November 2026 midterm elections at this moment, I think this will be true unless we see close to 500 American service members die. Unless that happens, unless we have ridiculous 22% inflation like we did under Joe Biden, unless those things happen, we will probably see that Republicans will lose the House by 2 seats. And Republicans will win the Senate, and they'll have a 51, maybe 52%, 51 seats or 52 seats, the majority. That's what I think will happen. So a split. Democrats will control the House. Republicans will control the Senate. There will be various people who will change seats, like Tallarico and others. We'll see some of that, but overall, that's what I think we see for the election, which means that Donald Trump, his agenda doesn't stop, but it does slow down. It also means that Democrats will try to push to get an impeachment against Donald Trump for overreaching in his power and creating a war. The argument in that will be very clear. And Republicans have already taken the vote about this, about the War Powers Act, the power of the president, and they have said, leave it alone. Don't change anything. And I think the correct answer is don't change anything now, because it doesn't serve a purpose now. We're in the war. No matter what we want to do, we are in the war. Even if Congress tomorrow turned around and voted and said, you don't have any power, Mr. President, to start a war, and we're not declaring a war. We're in the war. We've already done it. The Ayatollah is already dead. The first string and second string of the government of Iran have already been killed. We are in the war. Whether Congress likes it or not doesn't matter anymore. We're there. So changing this now is not the answer. But in 3 to 6 months, when I expect that the war ends, that is the appropriate time to change the rules going forward so that the loophole no longer exists. A loophole that was used by Barack Obama. The same loophole that Donald Trump has used is the loophole that was used by Barack Obama to bomb 8 different countries, including Yemen, where American citizens were targeted and killed. So the loophole is that a president, any president, can use any amount of force that they determine necessary against any opponent for 30 days. All they have to do is, once they start this conflict, they have to notify Congress within 48 hours after the fact. And then at the end of 30 days, Congress can say, well, you keep fighting, or it's a war, or no, you got to retreat. That's it. That's after 30 days. Donald Trump technically hasn't broken the authorizations given to him by Congress and the Constitution. Technically, even though he started a war, it's okay. He's authorized to do so. Just like how Obama was authorized to drop bombs on American citizens on foreign soil without a crime. There's a loophole in there, and Congress wants to close it. Fine, but you can't do it now. You can't do it now. We're already in the war. Fight the war. Fight the thing that we need to fight. Let's focus on that, end that conflict. And as soon as that conflict is done, then bring up the question about, well, how do we close this loophole? And that's a very difficult question. But at least we're dealing with the issues when appropriate. The appropriate time isn't now. Impeaching Donald Trump in November isn't the answer. Unless the war is over, that's not it. We need to focus on the things at hand when it's appropriate. That's how I believe that will play out. I could be wrong. With all of that said, not the best. It was a decent show. I think we've covered a lot of ground. I was hoping for more questions, quite honestly. I'm surprised we didn't get as many. I do look forward to showing you guys the special event that I had with BronxNet over at Lehman College, which includes Cool Clyde and Larry Sharp. I think it's going to be a very interesting event for a lot of people. I hope people will see it so that we can do another one. If it's popular enough, I think BronxNet will do more than one of these specials, and we can do this again and make it even better and cover even more ground. That's what I'm hoping for. But I'll tell you more about that once I have at least the trailers of it to be able to present to everyone so that you can make your decision. As in terms of the war, I pray to God that we don't have, I know there's now 7 service members that have been injured. I pray that there won't be more. But as a Marine, I know there will be. My condolences to all their families. But I think the fight that they have died for is worthy. Removing Iran and the terrorism that they have sponsored globally, that affected every nation on the face of the earth, ending that is a fight that we do want to fight. And every Marine in service, I believe, would want to have that fight to end that threat, to bring more stability to the world. That's what we do. So if that gives any solace, it wasn't a waste of lives. It was for a purpose, and a good purpose, I believe, long term. Short term, painful, difficult, absolutely. Long term, worth it. Worth it if we remove the Ayatollah, that ideology, that dictatorship, that we're able to bring more peace into the world, to stop funding global terrorism. I think it's worth it. I don't see any other nation picking up and replacing Iran as the global sponsor of terror. No other nation will do that. And that means if we can get rid of it now, it's gone. Not all the terrorists will be gone, but global terrorism, as we have known it for the last 47 years, will not exist anymore. The amount of terrorism will drop. That's saving thousands, tens of thousands, possibly millions of lives. I think that's worth it. I do. But if you disagree with any aspect of anything that we have talked about today, I look forward to seeing your comments. I look forward to hearing your voice, as always. I hope if you had watched the program, whether it's for 5 minutes or for these 5 hours, I hope that if you found it interesting, enlightening, even entertaining, please like, share, and most of all, please subscribe. It costs nothing. Subscribe and help us to reach more people and to get more guests onto this program. I would love to have Kathy Hochul answer some questions. I would love for Zoran Mandami to explain himself. I would love to be able to reach out to a Keith Ellison, to a Tim Walls, to a Gavin Newsom, and ask them to come onto this program and answer questions that you consider important, to have the horse's mouth answer the question directly, to make sure that they're being asked the questions that we've seen in some cases, like in Minnesota, don't get asked for an entire decade. The media is afraid to ask the questions. I'm not. But I can only do that if we have more people watching the program, more people who subscribe. And I know 60% of the people who watch this program or my channel, they're not subscribed. So I know there's room. We can grow. We can definitely get to 5,000 subscribers. You just have to click the button. Click the subscribe button. It's free speech. Support free speech. click the subscribe button. Help me get to 5,000 subscribers so I can get bigger guests onto this program to answer the questions you find important. With that said, I want to thank each and every one of you. I've got about 5 minutes left on the program. I want to end it. Oh, no. You know what? It's great. We're close enough to 5 hours. Thank you, everyone. It's good weather outside. Go out. Well, at least in New York. In New York, it's 63 degrees, 60 degrees right now. Get outside and enjoy. We had snow all over the ground. Get outside. Enjoy the warm weather. Get a quick walk in. Just breathe some fresh air. Obviously, in New York City, I can't do that, but as fresh the air as you can get. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. I look forward to talking to you guys rest of the week. Remember, Monday, I have the Monday Opinion Roundtable with Charles Guaria and also Joe Hanush. I think we're getting another guest who will be joining the roundtable discussion, and that'll be Monday at 7. I hope you'll join us for that. And let's see how everything goes, folks. I thank you. I appreciate you. I look forward to seeing you all again. I look forward to reading your comments as well. Thank you.